So, as I said before, good morning. My name is Patrick Saxton. I'm a senior utilities engineer on the Resiliency and Microgrids team in the Energy Division at the California Public Utilities Commission. Welcome to today's staff workshop on Pacific Gas and Electric's updated regionalization proposal, filed in application 2006011. I do want to apologize that I'm having considerable lag when I advance the slides, so there's probably about a 5-second delay that I can't seem to avoid today. I'm now displaying the WebEx and call-in information in case you need to share it with any of your colleagues. I do recommend using your computer audio if at all possible. As previously noted, this workshop is being recorded. The presentation and agenda should have been offered for download when you joined the WebEx. If you missed that opportunity, I believe you can click the file window and then, or excuse me, not window, but the file menu, and then transfer if you'd like to download either the agenda or the slides. The presentation was sent to the service list at about 8:30 this morning. My apologies for not having it available earlier. So because this is a WebEx event, all attendees were muted on entry, and attendees are not able to control their own mute and unmute. Questions and discussion will be done verbally using the raise hand feature. And this can be accessed by opening the participant list and clicking the raised hand icon next to your name. If you're a phone-only participant, you can raise your hand by dialing *3. I will unmute you when it's your turn to speak. When you're done, please lower your hand by clicking the icon again. Some quick ground rules for today's workshop. Waiting for the slides to change, apologize. Well, the slides will catch up with us in a moment, I hope. Today's objective is for PG&E to present their new and modified elements from its updated regionalization proposal and to receive party feedback. I'm sorry, I'm going to see if I can do something about the slides. I'm not sure why they're not advancing for folks. Okay. So President Batcher and CPUC commissioners and their staffs and staff from Energy Division and Safety Policy Division and other CPUC staff are in attendance and may ask questions. The CPUC will not be making presentations on the substance of PG&E's proposal. As noted, the presentation and agenda can be downloaded from within WebEx. For individual questions, we will not initially have any time limit, but we may need to set one if there's numerous parties queued to speak. Rulemaking 20-07013 has directed PG&E to propose safety and operational metrics and may be of interest to parties because the scope of the regionalization proceeding currently does not include specific metrics. A questions and discussion section will follow most presentation sections. Please use the raise hand function to speak. The chat box is not being monitored today by either CPUC staff or PG&E. And then each time that you do speak, please state your name and organization. This is our agenda for the day. We will move to opening remarks next and then into PG&E's presentations on various sections. I'm going to just leave that up for a brief moment, and then we'll move to the next slide. President Batcher, I'd like to move to you for opening remarks now.
Thank you very much, Patrick, and good morning, everyone. I am very happy to be able to attend this workshop today and to hear from PG&E's new CEO, Patty Poppe, welcome Patty, and the company's leadership about the adjustments PG&E has made to its regionalization proposal based on stakeholder feedback and reflect her overall approach to managing the company. These public workshops are critical in the feedback loop to PG&E and to ensure parties have a complete understanding of what is being proposed to help inform their subsequent comments on the elements of the PG&E's proposal. I will keep my remarks very brief today, but I wanted to remind everyone at the top of the meeting that this is an effort, and many other efforts the Commission has initiated are about driving PG&E to be a company that operates safely and with the priority being the customers. PG&E's bankruptcy was the result of a failure of management and a failure of prioritizing safety. The Commission imposed numerous requirements on PG&E as condition for approval of its exit from bankruptcy. These conditions, regionalization among them, were focused on enhancing accountability for operating safety and putting their customers first. Moving to the local operating regions alone can't change the company, but it has the potential to create a change in management and operations that brings PG&E closer to its customers and to improving safety. It is my understanding that in addition to the regionalization effort required by the Commission, Ms. Poppe is also implementing a number of other changes to how PG&E will run with the objective of prioritizing the customer. I am very interested to hear today how PG&E has incorporated the feedback they have heard from stakeholders in the fall and winter, and to hear how regionalization is situated overall in their adjusted approach and plans for managing the company. With that, I'll turn to my fellow commissioners to see if anyone has brief remarks this morning. Commissioner Rechtshaven? Nope. Okay. Commissioner Guzman-Aceves? Don't see your mic on. Okay.
No, thank you.
Are you okay, thank you. Commissioner Sharoma?
Yes, thank you. Indeed, President Badger, thank you. Indeed, as my fellow commissioners and I approved PG&E's plan for reorganization to emerge from bankruptcy last year, we identified regional restructuring as having the potential to improve. That was the year before. Time flies with the pandemic. It was to have the potential to improve PG&E's safety performance and responsiveness to local communities across its vast and diverse service territory. As a former director on the SMUD board, I saw the value of close connection in the community to enhance customer service and safety, to have a true partnership with customers, and certainly because of SMUD's smaller footprint, a regionalization plan could bring those kinds of benefits to PG&E as well, if executed effectively. Thank you to the staff for holding this workshop and creating a venue for us, the parties and the public, to gain greater clarity on PG&E's regionalization proposal and to hear the feedback on the proposal. And thank you for this time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sharoma. Commissioner Houck?
Just very briefly, I appreciate the opportunity to participate today. I look forward to hearing from PG&E and learning more about the regionalization program throughout the day. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you all. And now I will turn to PG&E's CEO, Patty Poppe, who I believe has opening remarks.
Thank you, President Batcher, and thank you to the other commissioners for being here today. I know this is an important subject, and it is my privilege to represent the PG&E team here today and share with you our thoughts going forward. You know, I'm still getting my feet on the ground and finding my way, but I thought I'd before I get into the meat of the regionalization subject, I'll just spend a couple minutes talking about why I'm here and why I came. You know, I came to PG&E because what we're doing here in California matters. We're setting the pace for decarbonization. We're responding to the true effects of climate change. Safety has to be our overriding priority, and adapting to these conditions is something you should be able to count on from PG&E. We need a strong PG&E to do our part, to be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. You know, I tell a lot of people that I had a pretty good gig back in Michigan. You know, I was CEO of my hometown utility, the company where my dad worked and retired. I lived next door to my sisters on either side, right where I grew up. People knew how successful CMS Energy was, and they often have asked me since I made the decision why I made the decision. Why did I leave such a great opportunity to make a difference in my own hometown? Why would I leave and go to California to do this job? And I'll just tell you, I said no a few times, but I'll tell you also that after watching the Paradise videos, the ABC 10 news series, seeing the photos of our customer payment offices and bucket trucks that have been vandalized by angry customers, you know, I just felt compelled to come and help and do my part. That is not how a community or a state should feel about their local utility. PG&E should be a force for good, a company that is trusted and valued by her communities and customers that we serve. California needs PG&E to do our part in the clean energy transition. The effects of climate change are real here, and I am sorry to say that there are other parts of the country where it is still theoretical, and therefore there's a whole lot of people who are watching what we do here in California. I think the CPUC has incredible responsibility, and we need, as PG&E, we need to make it easy to regulate us, not hard to regulate us. We need to make it easy for you to be proud of the utility that we are and how we serve. And so I will tell you, I came because I feel called to serve. I hope that we together can make the difference in the lives of my coworkers, but obviously for our customers who happen to be our friends, our families, and our neighbors. You know, I am known for leading with love. And maybe I was always destined to come to California, but I hope that you will allow me to lead with love and to be the leader that helps PG&E to achieve its full potential and to serve you in the way that you would hope that we would. So I thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to share some more details about our updated regionalization proposal. I'm excited, I'm confident that the plan that we're going to describe today is going to improve the way we serve our local communities and how we are able to focus on our customers and our hometowns. You know, the 2.5 months since the November workshops have given the company time to incorporate the feedback we received from lots of parties. That's been very helpful. I find always that external voices can be a really important way to truly change and truly reflect the people that we serve. And so we also heard from our coworkers, and we've welcomed and appreciated all that feedback. This feedback and this process actually has provided an opportunity for my new team who have joined the company to contribute to the plan, and for me to contribute to the plan, and I'm grateful for that. And so I'd like to talk about why I'm so confident that this structure and operating system for the company will make our operations safer, more customer-oriented, more efficient. My vision for PG&E is that we embrace the triple bottom line mindset, not just a bottom line. In fact, I did go to Stanford, so I have spent a little time here in California, but I was taught in business school at Stanford that a CEO's job is to serve the bottom line. Well, things have changed, and I actually do not subscribe to that theory anymore. I do love Stanford, but I've changed my tune about the role of leaders. A company, to be a force for good, should serve not just the bottom line, but a triple bottom line of serving people, our planet, and continuing California's prosperity. This vision must be enhanced and enabled by a laser-like focus on predictable performance. That's the triple bottom line we're implementing at PG&E right now. At the local level, I feel like our problem today is that the communities we serve too often do not see us as a partner. It's not easy to do business with us. That has to change. It's not clear who at the company is empowered to make and fulfill local commitments. And we learn about customer issues only when a customer gets so frustrated they escalate their concerns, and then we jump to respond. That's not right. We have to prevent problems, not react to them. We need to change the entire paradigm by enabling local teams in the field to have the visibility to anticipate problems, prevent them, but when they do come up, resolve them proactively and by empowering my local teams to be the problem solvers. We should be seen as our customers' trusted hometown utility again. This is the change I want us to achieve. So how will we do it? Regionalization is a big part of the answer. Our filing describes 4 elements of the plan. First, we're changing the current organizational structure to be functional throughout the company. We've always had functional corporate groups in finance, legal, HR, but we're taking our utility entity and we're dividing it up into functions. We'll align each of our lines of business based on their expertise and enable improved concentration on the daily delivery of our commitments to customers and community. We will emphasize with this functional model the PG&E philosophy that begins and ends with our customers. They are at the heart of everything that we do. The expertise and focus that comes with functional leadership and teams will help us deliver the high-quality service our customers deserve. We're splitting our customer and engineering from operations to create 3 functions so that they can have expertise, flatten the organization structure, get the entire senior leadership team to focus on the delivery and the commitments to customers and communities. No one will be focused on anything but delivering for customers and communities. That's how we're designing the organization. The role of the president of the utility, therefore, will be executed actually by 3 officers of equal seniority: the executive vice president and chief customer officer, where everything begins and ends. Our chief customer officer, and we just announced that will be Marlene Santos, who's joining the team, coming to us from Gulf Power. The executive vice president of operations, who is Adam Wright, who came to us from Berkshire Hathaway. He was CEO of Mid-American Energy, and chief operating, and he's our chief operating officer. And we'll also have an executive vice president of engineering and strategy yet to be named. We're elevating that chief customer officer to the highest officer level in the company, reporting directly to me, to enhance focus on resolving customer concerns and addressing service needs. The chief customer officer will monitor the outcomes of regional teams and report out on their progress daily at the senior leadership team level. By creating specialized functions for engineering and operations, we'll allow more focus on our upstream planning, long-term asset management in our engineering function. Somebody has to have our eyes on the horizon, and that engineering function is the function who will be able to do that. We'll more focus on downstream operations with full attention to solving problems closer to the work by our operations function. The executive vice president and chief operating officer will focus again on overseeing generation, gas, electric lines of business. That's Adam Wright, and he'll give full attention to improving the safety, integrity, and operational efficiency of our assets by executing a risk-informed and customer-driven projects, identifying and sharing best practices, standardizing the most efficient methods of doing work. The executive vice president of engineering and strategy will focus on improving upstream planning, the asset management to further strengthen PG&E's overall operational safety, and reduce risk. The Executive Vice President of Engineering and Strategy will also lead the company's efforts to prepare PG&E's infrastructure to meet California's long-term clean energy transformation and make necessary judgments to accelerate and redesign our delivery systems to make them cleaner and safer. So the second key element here is that we're deploying accountable, capable, and empowered regional teams led by our regional vice presidents and regional safety directors. They'll be based in the regions that they serve, and they'll understand and act quickly on the needs and priorities of their local communities. These regional leaders will have visibility to real-time performance on regional safety, quality, and customer outcomes. They'll lead the cross-functional review of these results daily with our regional operations and customer teams so that we can anticipate issues and rapidly respond to customers' needs. And in many cases, prevent a customer concern because we listen so well up front. The regionalized daily heartbeat, I love to call it a daily heartbeat because it will drive decision-making where it belongs, closest to our customers and communities. I've visited crews in many areas all across our service area, and the themes are very clear. We, PG&E, are showing up in our hometowns like a big company, like the big PG&E, and that needs to change. Our hometown team can deliver, and they need to be empowered to solve the problems that they see with the cross-functional team on which they work. We're implementing a clear sky lean playbook, and it will be essential in transforming our culture, our processes, and our outcomes. We'll talk a little bit more about that. In fact, we have a whole panel on what we mean when we talk about our clear sky lean playbook. Our regional teams will be an important conduits between the company and our local customers and communities, supplementing, coordinating, customizing our touch points with local customers to better understand their needs and communicate the company's plans and actually build our plans in response to those communities' needs. There are advantages to the scale of a big company, so we want to take advantage of those. We'll leverage them through the best of these functional expertise, high quality standards, but they'll be delivered by the regional teams. Our customers don't need to feel that big company mindset. They need to feel like their hometown is the only one that matters. And I can't wait for that to be true. Third, the third pillar of this program is that we will implement a new operating paradigm. I already hit on it a little bit, the lean operating system across the company. Listen, we didn't invent this. It's a tried, tested, and proven operating system. I know many of you have had exposure to lean, and that we can empower employees at every level to identify improvement areas and drive meaningful change. Lean will serve as the heartbeat of PG&E's teams. It'll give the tools to break down the silos by elevating visibility into performance daily, create routines for course correcting when we're off track. We'll begin this transformation by holding daily operating reviews at every level in the organization. I said daily. These aren't kind of monthly after the fact, how do we do? It's real time to quickly identify and escalate issues and execute on solutions. These reviews will cascade a flow of communication both up and down the organization that allow us to see how effective our work is and where we need to improve, and how leaders can act as servant leaders to our people. Lean will be our clear sky playbook, moving us away excuse me, from reactive operations and into proactive collaboration. Fourth, we'll be revising our regional boundaries. This is directly related to the feedback we received. We will better align PG&E with county boundaries so we can collaborate more effectively with emergency response and local government agencies. Excuse me 1 second. I get so excited. We're also constructing the regions with similar customer and work mixes so that we can create more focus and specialization for each regional team. Now, why am I so confident that this will work? Because I've seen it work. My career has been as an operator, running everything from automotive manufacturing plants, where I spent the first 15 years of my career learning lean at the beginning, of the lean and quality revolution that happened in the automotive industry, as well as to generating stations, to gas and electric field operations. In all those environments, the same tenets we describe in our regionalization filing have enabled the kind of process discipline, predictability, ease of doing business that PG&E must achieve and can achieve. I'm confident this approach to regionalization will drive benefits. I'm excited about it. It will, I know that it will bring improvements in safety, quality, and customer service. I also want to touch on a practical matter. We are approaching the launch date for regionalization, June 2021, and that, again, is very exciting. We'll be bringing on regional VPs and safety directors, updating our systems for the new regions and integrating them into the company. To date, we've been able to make both progress in this initiative and allow for review and input. Now that the launch is coming up, we do need to have some sort of indication that the commission is comfortable with our approach so that we can keep moving. I don't want to rush a review or add pressure. I just am excited to get it going, and I hope you are too. We do need to know that we can implement the proposal so we can hire those regional VPs and get them in place. Finally, many people I've listened to over the past couple months have shared with me that we need a culture change at PG&E. It is my professional experience and my track record that has taught me that a culture can be intentionally created through behaviors, practices, and mindset. The regionalization structure, combined with our lean operating system playbook, is the real, actionable combination of practices, new skills learned through the playbook, plus a hometown mindset. It's a mindset to change our culture and bring to life our true purpose, to serve the ones that we love, our friends, our families, and our neighbors, with warmth in the cold and light in the dark. We have that potential. PG&E can be that hometown team again. And I'm honored to be able to lead the team to that future. And I'm grateful for the partnership with all of the parties who are interested in this proceeding, and particularly the CPUC staff and commissioners for standing with us as we reinvent PG&E and rebuild the trust with you and with all of the people that we serve. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Patrick, I think I turn it back to you.
Yes, thank you so much. We appreciate your remarks. We're now going to move to Sumit Singh, who's going to do an overview of the lean operating model for us.
Good morning. Thank you, President Badger, respective commissioners and members of the commission for the opportunity to engage in today's workshop. My name is Sumit Singh, and I have the privilege of being PG&E's Chief Risk Officer. In this session, I will focus on sharing information about PG&E's plans to implement the lean operating system and build on many of the comments that Patty alluded to as part of her opening remarks. Many of you may be familiar with the lean operating system. Although it was conceived in the automobile manufacturing industry, the tools and principles have been adopted well beyond manufacturing to healthcare, construction, maintenance, and many other industries. As Patty shared in her remarks, the lean operating system enables us to move from reactive operations to proactive collaboration. And the way that we do that is by having daily visibility into our performance across the entire enterprise and not just in pockets of the organization. That helps enable us to rapidly identify issues, which then helps us move faster in our response, driving coordination, accountability, and continuous improvement at every level of the organization, from the teams that are closest to the work, such as our field crew and their supervisors, to Patty and the senior leadership team. There's one ultimate and singular goal here, which is to improve the safety, reliability, and customer service for our customers and our communities that we're privileged to serve. And as Patty often says, they're not just our customers, They're our friends, families, and neighbors that we have the privilege to serve every single day. Patrick, if we can go to the next slide, please. Oh, great, you're on the right slide. So 4 elements of the lean operating system. Let me cover them one at a time. First, visual management. So these are the dashboards and visual indicators that provide visibility into performance that are based on critical metrics, focused on safety, reliability, customer experience, work execution commitments, and the quality of that work. The focus is not only to measure performance at every level within the organization, but also to simplify the understanding of current performance to the targets through visual management and something that we call a 1, 3, and 10-second rule. So within 1 second, being able to identify if we're ahead or behind plan on a daily basis. Within 3 seconds, being able to identify, are we trending in the right direction? And what are some of the drivers for those trends? And within 10 seconds, have a clear understanding of what we're doing about the gaps, or if we have trends that are not going in the right direction to the targets. And that's happening on a daily basis at every level within the organization. And the visual management is really at the core of the second element, which is operating reviews. So the operating reviews consist of a facilitated daily dialogue. And this is what Patty talked about in terms of the daily heartbeat on metric performance, creating consistent rigor and focus using visual management, again, at every level of the organization, every day with a focus on what happened yesterday and what are we planning to do today. As part of the regional structure, the regional vice presidents will also facilitate daily dialogues with cross-functional work groups from across the company to review the regional performance that's focused on safety, customer service, reliability, and identify and address gaps, including addressing any local issues. This will be a key tenet to mitigate the organizational and the hierarchy silos. The third element is problem solving, which is a standard and a disciplined approach to address root cause of the issues at each level of the organization, with a goal to have our teams that are closest to the work identify the issues, propose the solutions, and drive the change. And really evolve from not only being problem identifiers, but also problem solvers. And then the fourth key element is what we call standard work. And it's establishing a consistent way of working across the company in every region and across our commodities like gas, electric generation, with the goal of implementing sustained change so that we're not solving for one thing many different ways in different parts of the region. Next slide, please. Thank you. The lean operating system fundamentally inverts the typical organizational pyramid with the chief executive officer on top and our teams closest to the work on the bottom. So with the lean operating system, we move from the current norm that we have today, where work processes get delegated by leadership with a focus on top-down auditing to monitor outcomes, to a lean approach where changes are driven by our teams that are empowered to prioritize continuous improvements, bottoms up, top down, and cross-functionally. And our frontline teams are empowered to solve issues and not just be problem identifiers, but also problem solvers, and leaders are pulled in for support. One of the key elements on problem solving is to use the plan, do, check, act cycle. And this creates a daily routine around identifying and defining problems, executing the proposed plan, reviewing the results that we've achieved, and then institutionalizing the actions that lead to positive results. And this rhythm really helps enable a proactive cycle of problem solving and leads to more predictable performance and safety outcomes that our customers and our communities deserve. The lean operating system is not only about the tools and the framework, but most importantly, it's about capability building. All team members across the company with a focus on learning by doing so that we can create a sustainable way of working and embedding a culture of continuous improvement into the organization's DNA. It's about that mindset, it's about that behavior, it's about using that mindset and behavior to drive that change of culture and really have that obsession with continuous improvement with a zeal to strive for perfection every single day. The system enables us to evolve from a traditional management philosophy, which for the most part PG&E has operated under, and more specifically, we go from visual management that's being used in pockets of our organization today to visual management that's being used consistently across the company at all levels, providing complete visibility and transparency to performance daily. From an approach of inspecting for quality to building in quality in our work processes. From excessive reviews and approvals that are performed by leadership to decisions that are made by our teams that are closest to the work. And from improvements that are identified by management to improvements that are being identified by our teams closest to the work. If we go to the last slide, please. As Patty mentioned, at the core of the system is the daily heartbeat, which is based on the operating reviews. And the central element of the operating reviews are what we call key performance indicators, or KPIs, that measure the performance at all levels and foster engagement and empowerment of the teams closest to the work to own the metrics and problem solve as needed. One of the methods by which we ensure alignment and performance visibility at all levels within the organization is through KPI trees. An example of that graphic is shown on the left-hand side of the slide, which starts with the top level KPIs at the highest level and cascade down to the organization so that the right KPIs are being measured at the right levels of the organization. And the intent of the KPI tree is to align the activities being performed with the outcomes that they drive. So for example, let's take a top level key performance indicator, number of reportable fire ignitions in high fire threat districts. The next level would be the number of reportable fire ignitions that are caused by vegetation coming in contact with overhead distribution lines, ignitions caused by equipment failure, ignitions caused by other causes. If we look at that leg of the tree on vegetation caused ignitions, the next click down would be ignitions caused by vegetation that grows into the line, vegetation that blows into the line, or that falls into our line. When you look at that next click down on the vegetation that's growing into the line, creating a potential ignition risk, the next level would include the number of trees trimmed or pruned as part of our routine vegetation management program, measuring what the plan was versus our actual and quality of the work performed, as this is one of the mitigation activities specific to the growing risk of vegetation resulting in fire ignitions. So this is a framework that we can apply for every leg of this KPI tree, just as I provided the example for the vegetation potential ignition risk. And the fundamental idea is to take the activity that's performed closest to the work and align it to the outcomes that it's driving so that there's clear visibility at all levels of the organization so that any top level KPI that is off track, its associated driver can be readily identified and resolved at the right level within the organization. The KPI trees visually help our teams understand the interrelationships, including cause and effect of how their specific contributions that they're doing clearly and directly support the ultimate goal of improving safety, reliability, and customer experience for our customers and employees. The KPI trees, along with identifying the team members that impact the outcome for each metric on that tree, is what informs the basis of the attendees for the cross-functional daily operating reviews. And as the daily heartbeat and new way of working is implemented at all levels of the company, issues can be resolved more quickly, escalated promptly, if they cannot be addressed by the teams closest to the work. I'll share another example with you. So today, if we have a missed customer commitment or service connection because we reassigned our field crew to respond to an emergency, such as a storm response, it may take a week or longer to have that crew available again to perform the service connection. Without having a standing cross-functional forum for our supervisors closest to the work and not having the daily rigor on reviewing the performance for the last 24 hours and the plan for the next 24 hours, so that the issue can be escalated by our service planning supervisor, resolved by our construction supervisor in a timely manner, such as by allocating additional contract resources. The delay leads some of our customers to escalate their concerns to the highest level of the organization, such as Patty, and then prompting immediate response. The daily operating review is really intended to cut through this and provide that standing cross-functional forum on a daily basis at every level, including supervisors, so that we can mitigate a reactive response and enable a much more proactive collaboration and resolution by clearly aligning the priorities at the local levels every single day. In summary, a lean operating system will significantly improve the daily visibility into performance through our operating reviews. 2, enable rapid response and problem solving by building capabilities for teams closest to the work so that they're not just problem identifiers, but also problem solvers. And 3, lead to standardizing operations on a regional and functional level, leading to better outcomes for our customers and our communities. The last comment I'll share before I open it up for Q&A, given the significant capabilities that can be enabled by this approach, we're not waiting to implement the lean operating system, and I've already started the work on deploying it for all aspects of our wildfire risk reduction efforts to deliver upon our 2021 wildfire mitigation commitments, a plan that we submitted on February 5th of this year to the CPUC. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Patrick, for facilitating the Q&A.
Thank you very much for the presentation. A quick reminder for everyone that we'll be using the raise hand function if you'd like to speak. This graphic will hopefully help if you're having any trouble locating that icon. For phone-only participants, you can dial *3 to raise your hand. Please do state your name and organization before speaking, and then please lower your hand icon once you're done speaking. We'll have a 20-minute question and answer session now. We're going to begin with any questions from President Batcher or the commissioners. You can mute and unmute yourselves and go ahead.
At this time, I have no questions. I'll turn to my other fellow commissioners, however.
No question from me.
President Badger, this is not a question, but an acknowledgement of your President Badger's deep experience with the lean principles through your work, President Badger, at the at government operations. And so through our president, many of us are familiar with the lean program. Thank you.
President Badger.
Yes, Martha Guzman, Commissioner Guzman-Chavez.
Thank you. Well, I'm sorry to say I'm not familiar with the lean operating approach here, so this is very new. I wondered, I'm not sure who best to answer this, but in looking at your application, you have a slide on page 44 that's a figure. By the way, I couldn't really see the figure you were putting up there, so this may have answered my question, but I wasn't able to look at that. But on page 44, you have a figure 4. It is basically an outline of this new organization. And please tell me if you know what I'm talking about. It's essentially the org chart.
I'm navigating to that,
Okay.
Commissioner. But yes, I have it. It's figure 4 that's got the org structure. Yep, I see that.
Okay. and feel free, Sumi or Patty, whoever is best to answer this, but and again, I don't know if the figure you showed in your slide is answering this, but when I look at this slide, to me, it looks like the status quo because the regional directors, the regional officers are essentially an element of your communications VP, and nobody's reporting to them. So when I think about just, you have a local government or even a individual customer has an issue on the ground, they somehow get in contact with this regional officer. How can the regional officer hold the operations side accountable for, if it's a work performance issue or anything like that? I know you're talking about this lean communication check-in, but is there an org chart that goes below the regional officers or something that shows? It doesn't look like there's a change here, and I'm trying to understand. Of course, there's the realignment of the districts that makes sense, and that part is, I understand that part. I don't understand how this is different than today, other than the regions have been, realigned in a way that makes better sense.
Thank you, Commissioner Guzman. Let me take a stab at that, and I'll invite Patty for adding any additional comments that she may have. So a couple of changes, and one of the things Patty highlighted is previously the prior org structure included a utility president role where the customer organization, engineering and strategy, as well as the operating part of the organization reported up to that one individual. That's been flattened. And that's one change from a functional perspective. And it's really aligning the expertise of engineering strategy and operations in its respective functions, and then really elevating the focus for our customers and communities as a direct report to Patty. And within that box that you see of customer and communications of Marlene Santos, she will also be accountable for the regional vice presidents, which are the 5 regional vice presidents that will be reporting up to Marlene. They will have a small team, but the way to kind of think about this is there's the flattening of the organization, Commissioner Guzman, and then think about the lean operating system that cuts across horizontally. And that's really what provides that empowerment. And it's more than just a communication mechanism. It's a mechanism by which there's rigorous performance discussions that are happened and are occurring on a every 24-hour basis, every day, every morning. What was the plan for yesterday? And it's going to be conducted by the regional VPs, and they're not only going to be focused on and get complemented by the regional safety directors, but they will also have members of the operations organization that's part of Adam Wright's organization, engineering and strategy, safety and health, IT, people and shared services. And all of those members will be part of that daily operating rhythm, talking about that performance, which would include what was the commitments that we had in the last 24 hours for our customers, which of those commitments were we able to meet, which of those commitments were we not able to meet, what got in the way for us to meet those commitments, and what do we need to remedy in the next 24 hours to make sure that we meet that service connection, as an example, the element I was providing. And the regional VPs are going to be empowered to be the orchestrators of that, and in essence, holding their functional lead on operations, on engineering and strategy accountable to delivering on those priorities, because those are the priorities at that respective local level.
So you don't foresee a situation where there is, they have this check-in, there's an agreed upon work that has to be done. You don't foresee that a problem where that particular regional operating person is reporting up a different chain, that there would be a conflict there, and potentially the work performance is going to be dictated still by who that person is reporting to versus the communication through this lean process?
It's really going to be through the needs, Commissioner Guzman, of our customers and the communities, and that's really the elegance of the regional structure here with the regional VPs, that they're setting those priorities, working in coordination with the operations and the engineering and strategy organization on the safety, on the reliability, and on the customer service. And absolutely, they're going to have a input, the operations and the engineering and strategy teams, but it's really leading with keeping our customers at the heart of that decision making, which is why it's really reporting up to the Chief Customer Officer, which is Marlene Santos, and they will be empowered to set those priorities for the next 24 hours as an example, and looking at the performance of the last 24 hours, and they will be key to that element and that dimension.
Okay, well, maybe as a follow-up, you can really outline for me what that empowerment looks like, what it's looking like. Thank you.
Understood.
Sumit, I have a follow-up question to Commissioner Guzman Aceves, and that is, in the most simple of terms, what is the difference between the current way of doing business in the community versus what is proposed and in the new functional organizational structure?
Yep. So I would say the biggest difference, President Badger, in the way we do business today, much of our performance is reviewed on a monthly basis. And that's looking at the last month to help inform the adjustments that need to be made to the subsequent month. One big change is that monthly cadence goes to a daily operating cadence. Another big change is that there's a deliberate intent by our cross-functional teams to come together, understand what are the priorities at that local level, and make sure we're delivering upon those every single day. And when we're not meeting those commitments, we have real-time visibility as opposed to a time lag that may take 30 days, 60 days or more as part of this process. The third big difference is that many of our team members today identify the issues, but it's a small group of our teams that are solving those issues. And it takes some time and a lot longer than needed to be able to resolve and make it easier for our teams to do the work. So we're going to be developing the capabilities for our teams that are closest to the work, not only to identify those issues, but also to have the tools and the skill set to solve those problems. So those are the three key takeaways of what's different from our current way of operating to what we're proposing.
So you would consider that empowerment, probably. I mean, to get back again to. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think Patty wants to chime in.
Yeah, and I would offer that there's also a shared goals, and that the chart that Sumit was showing with the arrows were goals and targets. And when we can align around a similar group of outcomes, I think of our operations team, and specifically our frontline workforce, as think of them like the surgeons in the hospital. They are highly skilled. They have unique skills. The rest of us can't climb the pole. We can't dig the trench. We can't weld the pipe. They are uniquely skilled and qualified people. We need them with, as I say, a scalpel in hand all the time. Anytime that they're having to go look for material or work through with the customer why we're late or handle all these other challenges, then they're not actually doing the work that customers need them to do. And so when we have an aligned set of goals, we can have the whole organization, the entire organization focused on serving our frontline employees. That flipping the triangle looks cute and it's a nice graphic. It's a big change. We are in service of our frontline employees, making sure that they have what they need to serve customers, because they're the ones who do the work that customers care about. And so what it really is it's enabling the organization to prioritize and prepare and plan and get the materials, get the equipment, get the designs, get the work plan in service of the frontline employees. Our frontline employees aren't out there wishing to miss a date. They're wishing that someone back in that office would get them the stuff that they need to do their job. And that's what this org change really does make a fundamental difference when we have customers engineering in service of making sure our operations then can serve customers. And it becomes almost a circle, not lines, but a circle, and these daily conversations that do not happen today. The daily cross-functional conversations can solve problems faster. And so that doesn't have to go all the way up to the head of operations, the head of customer, all the way back down to the person who needs to solve the problem. We need to solve the problem where it's happening. And I'll just ask for a little latitude to show you. Let us do it. Let us show you how this can work. And those of you that had experience with Lean, it always sounds so simple, like it can't be hit, but then it's amazing how it works. And you actually construct a communication mechanism and add skills to the people who are closest to the work to be able to solve the problem. It's amazing, the magic that can happen. So to your point, President Badger, empowerment is a really important piece of this puzzle that'll never get reflected in the org chart. We'll never have enough boxes on the paper to show you how powerful that is. It's an experience, it's a living process that has been proven in multiple industries, multiple decades. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you to you, Patty, as well as Annette. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did we have any other questions from commissioners? Okay, Will Abrams, you're unmuted.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. Welcome, Ms. Poppy, and welcome back, Mr. Singh. Really glad to see you both within the organization. This is exactly, in my mind, the direction that PG&E needs to head. Lean is the process that will hopefully point the company in the right direction. I did have some questions around that, though, in terms of capabilities and comparing this to prior presentations by PG&E. One is just from a capacity building standpoint. So to understand to what degree you have Lean Six Sigma trained and certified folks who understand the system that can implement it upon it. The other part of that, in terms of the path forward, in prior presentations, you indicated that systems integration is a real challenge for PG&E. Prior, you had brought on board an organization called Trove, which is sort of a niche player in that space, but wanted to understand how you were going to be integrating your systems so that you can implement on this strategy. And thirdly, in terms of sort of the path ahead, it was really great to see that you're looking to measure processes sort of across the organization. And what would really be fantastic, of course, is making sure that you have metrics across your infrastructure as well, because we've seen these cases where the infrastructure are starting these catastrophic wildfires. Oftentimes are referred to at the time as outlier circumstances, whether that be a C-hook or a jumper cable. And we're finding more and more that those aren't outliers, and really want to understand how this lean approach will apply to the infrastructure as well as the people and processes. And just last point around that, with this dashboard, it would be hugely important to have a level of that dashboard that's going to be public facing, so that the public can start to see the strides that PG&E hopefully will be making in the future, and can really buy in and help to repair that trust gap that customers and the public have with PG&E. And just wanted to understand how you saw this in terms of promoting transparency going forward. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for the comments, the affirmation regarding the Lean operating system. I think I caught 4 follow-up questions. I'll do my best to go through those in order. I hope I didn't miss anything from your remarks. The first one was in regards to the capacity of the organization around Lean capabilities and understanding the Lean operating system. I think you made a reference to Lean Six Sigma. I would draw a stark distinction between Lean Six Sigma and what we're trying to do here with the Lean operating system. The Lean operating system is really the mindsets, the behaviors, the four elements that we identified. And when you think about Lean Six Sigma and the certification around things like the green belt, the black belt, or the master black belt, you may be thinking about a mechanism by which we can resolve problems, but really to go after that Six Sigma level of performance. And that's not really what the intent of the focus for a Lean operating system is. It's really to provide that visibility of performance, transparency every single day, and create that cross-functional collaboration on a daily basis. And in regards to our Lean capabilities internally, we're actually working with an external entity, an entity that worked with Patty previously and was very effective in implementing a Lean operating system at CMS, and really engaging with them to help infuse that capability building within our organization. In addition to that, back in 2017, when I had the opportunity to be a part of gas operations, we had embarked on the implementation of the Lean operating system, but we weren't able to fully unlock the value of the system at the enterprise level, given that it was more of a functional implementation. So many of our colleagues within the gas operations organization are very familiar with the Lean operating system, and we'll be leveraging upon that internal talent as well to further augment the external entity that we're engaged with as part of this effort. In regards to your second question about data integration, and I think you highlighted the fact that we have a myriad of disparate data sets that are used to be able to help draw upon to provide an understanding of the performance and where we are from a current state versus the targets. One example and one system that we're very excited about that we implemented in 2020, which we're expanding, is the Palantir Foundry system. We successfully deployed it within the PSPS process in 2020. And one specific example of what we did in that instance was in 2019, we had a fairly manual process when we were forecasting a potential PSPS event, the scope of a PSPS event, and then being able to identify which of our electric circuits are impacted, and then specifically which customers are going to be impacted as a result of that, because we had the customer information in a different system than we did the information about our electric assets and electric system itself. For the Palantir system, we were able to very quickly integrate those disparate data sets and really automate in real time when the weather changes and when we forecast during a PSPS event, what's the scope of the event, overlay that weather with the electric assets, and be able to get very rapidly what are the customers that are impacted and ensure that we're notifying our customers well ahead of the event on a timely basis. In terms of outcomes, in 2019, we had below 90% accuracy levels for our customers who were going to be de-energized. In 2020, we were able to increase that to 99.5%. So we're really looking at that Palantir and Foundry system to be a key catalyst for us to be able to integrate very rapidly many of these disparate data sets and bring together the visibility that we need to help enable the daily operating reviews. The third item that you mentioned in regards to the metrics and the level of the dashboard in terms of being public facing, we, as many of you know, have a proceeding underway in regards to the safety and operational metrics. And that's the mechanism and through that forum that we're going to be providing very candid elements and transparent elements of our performance in regards to the targets that we have established within the safety operational metrics. I think many of the parties participating in this workshop today are also a party to that respective proceeding, and our intent is absolutely to use that forum to not only align on the metrics, the targets, but also provide transparency in regards to our performance against those targets. So I hope that captured the four questions that you had.
Yes, thanks very much. And just as you're thinking about that, thinking about the quality attributes that you're driving towards, I think sort of incorporating, if it's not Six Sigma, but something along those lines to sort of take it to that level so that we understand specifically the attributes that you're trying to improve, but sounds like the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments and questions.
Next, we have Kathy Yap, and we are quickly running to the end of this Q&A session. Kathy, your hand just went down. I'm not sure if you wanted to speak or not. I'm going to turn to Jennifer Dowdell.
Hi, this is Jennifer Dowdell from Turn. Hey, Smead, how are you?
Hi, Jennifer. It's good to hear your voice.
Right back at you. I will be brief in my question. It sounds like this lean operating, not being Lean Six Sigma specifically, and involves better dashboards, daily review of those dashboards, better KPIs, essentially problem solving at the work level, and consistent work practices, all of which sounds great. Our question is, what part of this would you consider incremental to current revenue requirements? Because it sounds like all of this is stuff you should be doing, and it sounds like you'll be doing it better. It also sounds like you'll be empowering employees. Is any element of this implementation something you consider incremental?
Thank you for that question, Jennifer. I know we've got Robert Kinney, who leads our regulatory affairs team, coming up on this panel and this workshop as well. So I'm going to have and request him to opine on that specific question. But just in terms of my general view of this, I mean, I think you characterized that really well and summarized that really well in terms of the lean operating system. And it's really a management philosophy, right? Is the best way to frame and articulate that. It's not necessarily incremental in the way that we're requesting for additional funding per se as part of the lean operating system, but it's the way we go about executing upon our commitments. And as many of you know, in our party to our general rate case proceedings, whereby we're requesting the units of work at the cost structure that's needed to really help continue to drive down our risk profile and ensure we continue to keep our customers and our community safe. So really think about this lean operating system as evolving the traditional management philosophy that's existed based on the things that we've talked about, and really helping drive a level of the mindset, the behavior, the coaching that's needed in the way we deliver upon that work. So that's the best way I would frame that, and I'll also request Robert Kinney when he's up in the workshop to opine on that. But that's my viewpoint on it.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Kathy Yap, you're unmuted.
Hi, yeah, I represent the California Large Energy Consumers Association, some of the biggest customers on PG&E's system, electric customers. And the question I have, and it shouldn't be surprising given our comments, but who's going to, I guess, in the evaluation process for employees, and I tend to think of middle managers and, you know, sort of that middle, the heartbeat of a company, who's going to be doing those evaluations? If you have a functionally aligned organization, are the evaluations done on a functional basis, or are you going to take into account the data that comes in through your lean operating system so that you ensure that you get cross-cutting information and that you're evaluating performance from a regional basis? And how are you going to ensure that, I mean, are the regional vice presidents going to contribute to the evaluations, or, I mean, what's the process going to be?
Thank you, Kathy, for that question. I'll give you my take on it, and then I'm also going to request Mary King, one of my colleagues, who is one of our officers in the Human Resources Organization responsible for our performance management process will also chime in when she'll be up as part of the workshop. But in my view, Kathy, and really appreciate you asking that question. The performance review of the regional VPs and vice presidents, right, is going to be dependent upon the performance of that region, right? Safety, reliability, customer experience. And it's not just going to be limited to the performance of the regional VPs, but also the members of those functional teams that are responsible for contributing to the outcomes associated with those regional targets, those regional priorities. And that's absolutely what we're going to be measuring. And for example, right, we've provided and put forward metrics at the enterprise level for safety and operational metrics proceeding. Metrics, things like gas order call response as one example. We can actually take that metric and align that to those respective regions. How are we doing in the North Valley region, the Central region, and then how are we doing at the enterprise level as an example? And those are the types of metrics that are going to be reviewed on a daily basis at the regional level. The new business customer interconnection commitments, the timeliness, the customer experience as a result of every engagement that they have with us. Those are all of the elements that are going to be informing the performance appraisal and reviews of not just the regional vice presidents, but also each functional member that contributes to that goal. So that's the way we're approaching it from a philosophy perspective.
Okay, thank you. So if I understand what you're saying, you're going to be using the information that's gathered through the lean operating system to in turn evaluate the performance of middle managers that are they're functional middle managers. They're the ones that are getting, their dispatch, et cetera. There will be that emphasis on their performance.
Yeah, Kathy, you cut out a little bit, but I think what you restated is that the middle manager's performance review would be predicated on the outcome of the performance of the region. Absolutely, because in those instances, they will have and will be contributing, to the outcome of the region itself, and not just the middle managers, right? But at every level within that organization that contributes to the outcome of the respective region priorities for our customers and communities. So the answer to that is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Most welcome.
Okay, because the lean elements are so new, I'm going to extend for one more question for Michael Alcantar. You're unmuted. Michael, we can't hear you. It's possible you are also dialed in on the phone. I don't see an audio connection for you. If that's the case, you could try *3. Okay, try now, Michael.
Sorry about that. Trying to connect through two technologies obviously has its challenges. Thank you. My name is Michael Alcantar. Good. My name is Michael Alcantar. I'm speaking on behalf of the Western States Petroleum Association. And Kathy's question raised for me an issue that I'm sure Robert Kinney has thought through, but I don't see it yet. As a customer of PG&E, as a residential customer of PG&E, I can listen to what you're suggesting today and say, okay, well, I think as a residential customer, I understand how this may evolve into a process that, to use your new CEO's language, is going to try and convert PG&E into the hometown utility. What I don't yet understand or perceive is, and maybe you can help us understand the process that you're thinking of going through, how is this going to relate to not just your residential customer class, but particularly to your commercial and your industrial classes, who clearly have different demands, different interests, different directions? Is that all still filtering through one regional manager? And how will that be administered and handled? How are you addressing that going forward? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for that question. There's quite a background noise. I request folks to maybe go on mute if you're not speaking. Thank you. So when we look at the regional structure, Michael, we're not further sectionalizing or segmenting that by our customer type, right? Whether it's residential, industrial, commercial, those discussions that are taking place as part of the daily operating review is really focused on, and again, it's not just at the regional VP level, it starts with, think about the daily operating review occurring at the supervisor level that then cascades up at that next level, which is the manager level, the director level, then the VP level. And the discussions that are taking place are all of the commitments that we have within that region. And they fall into the categories of safety for our customers, right? So things like we have programs in place. One example on the wildfire risk reduction side, as we're engineering the risk of wildfires out of our system through our system hardening programs, there's specific focus areas that need to get completed on a every single day basis so that we're making progress against our annual targets, which are outlined in the 2021 Wildfire Mitigation Plan as an example. That's an example of the types of metrics and discussions that are taking place at that regional level, because that's for the safety of all of our customers in that region, irrelevant of if they're residential, industrial, commercial customer. If we're talking about customer service, customer experience, it's not just a customer interconnection for our residential customers. It's understanding what those needs may be, maybe a service upgrade for one of our commercial or industrial customers, and ensuring that all of that delivery of work that we have in the work plan is being reviewed for the last 24 hours, what actually got done, what did not get done, and what was the highest priority, what got in the way, and then how do we need to realign the priorities for the next 24 hours to make sure we're meeting the needs for all of our customers in that respective region that we've outlined as part of the filing. So that's the intent as part of that daily operating review. And it's not just solely limited to one customer segment or the other.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate that, Sumit. Let's move to the next section. Robert Kinney is going to present an overview of the updated regionalization proposal.
Patrick, thank you. I want to verify that everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Robert.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I want to thank Patty and Sumit for being here. I want to thank all the commissioners for being here. And I particularly want to thank the people that just asked questions, Michael, Kathy, Jennifer, Will. I think we're going to get into a level of detail as we move through the slides today that will provide additional particularity with respect to many of the questions that you all asked. So Pat, thank you for coordinating, and President Batcher and all the commissioners and commission staff. Again, my name is Robert Kinney. I am our Vice President of Regulatory and External Affairs. It's genuinely a pleasure to be here today. I do believe that this level of public participation is critically important to PG&E and how we show up and how we show up well and how we make improvements to our regionalization proposal. We very much appreciated the November workshop and very much welcome the feedback and the questions and the probing and the cautious optimism that I think we will hear from you today. I'm going to provide brief introductory remarks that will build upon what Patty and Sumit were just discussing. And then I would also like to address with a greater detail the evolution of regionalization and create a bridge between what we presented in November and where we are today. First and foremost, we recognize, and I said this before, we know that there's an urgent imperative to improve our operations. We know that. And we also recognize that An adjunct to this urgent imperative is the equally urgent and absolutely imperative obligation to improve our relationship with our customers and communities. And these two are really inextricably intertwined. We will deliver essential services safely and reliably, and we also will do so. We will fundamentally improve our relationship with our customers and our communities. And I think this bears repeating. I think you gathered this from Patty and Sumit's discussion. But with that foundation in mind, it's important for everyone to understand that regionalization is a significant component of what we're implementing. But it's important to understand that regionalization standing alone will not be the thing that will make us better and move us in the right direction. And regionalization has to be accompanied by fundamental changes and improvements to the way we work. And that's a lot of what I think you've heard this morning thus far and what we will talk about as we move through the presentations today. All right. We go to the, so this is the what we will walk through today, building upon Patty and Sumit's presentation, an overview of our organizational changes, and hopefully this will provide more of an answer to Commissioner Guzman-Aceves' question about what's different now. Talk a little bit about the current org structure and the philosophy behind the new model, and then we'll talk about the benefits of functional specialization. Next slide, please, Patrick. So at our last, I just want to, before I jump into this, in our last workshop, we introduced a couple of new concepts that we talked about. The core process improvements, which focused on improving work planning and asset management, work management and customer experience. And we also discussed the idea of a matrixed organization with the regional VP, where the regional VPs influence the company through informal relationships as opposed to direct control. And today, what you've heard from Patty and Sumit, we're talking about the lean operating system. So what is different? And I think Sumit touched on this, but let me just go a little deeper. For starters, there is a different language with the lean operating system. It is a system that is used in many companies, and there's a common vocabulary, and I'm still actually learning myself, and I expect that it will be new for many here today. But beyond just the change in language, the key difference is that the lean operating system is a holistic change to our entire operating paradigm. It's intended and will achieve the same objectives as the core process improvement and the matrix structure that we described previously, but it will do more. Our lean practices are designed to improve visibility into performance, rapidly identifying and resolving problems at the lowest functional level on a regional basis. Lean also emphasizes behaviors of continuous improvement, learning, and process improvement. So I like to think about it as process as well as behavior and culture, driving process improvements, but also driving better behaviors, better culture. And it happens at all levels throughout the company. Similarly, with the matrix structure we have talked about, and we're focused on how the regional VPs and safety directors will influence the company. The goal of the matrix structure was to enhance visibility and coordination across local groups, thereby improving both the safety and reliability of our operations, as well as our responsiveness to our customers. Those goals remain paramount in all that we do, but what we think you will see with the lean framework as an evolution of the matrix structure that improves collaboration not only in the regions, but throughout PG&E. Lean will drive a consistent, structured cadence of performance reviews that will increase visibility and coordination at the closest point of contact to our customers and our communities. So we're going to get a little, we've already talked a little bit about what lean looks like. We're also going to talk about what it looks like and how its implementation in the regions will empower teams to enact solutions to challenging operational and customer problems closer to the work. So now turning to, I'm going to stay on that preceding slide, sorry. Just again, an overview of the organizational changes between then and now. Patty mentioned that there were 4 elements. We've continued improving our new regional boundaries based upon feedback that we've received since the workshop in November. We are aligning our regional boundaries with the county boundaries to enable better coordination with local governments and other agencies, particularly during emergency response. And we've seen some improvement in that regard in how we function during our PSPS events. The updates we've made since November are to improve alignment of customer profiles and improve drive times and logistical coordination between crews. In terms of regional leadership, we are on track to hire the 5 regional vice presidents and the 5 safety directors. These leaders will be empowered to identify, prioritize, and address local concerns. So how will this improve operations and safety? What we've learned from our existing division leadership structure and wildfire and PSPS engagement work is that, excuse me, when we collaborate with our communities, our operations improve and we become safer and more responsive as a company. Our improved regional presence will allow us to improve our delivery of safe and reliable service to our customers. And through regionalization, we will bolster our proactive support of customers and communities, incorporating their input and local priorities in a way that will deliver service and in the way that we interact. In conjunction with these regionalization efforts, and again, I'll go back to what I've said before because it bears repeating, that regionalization coupled with other efforts, in conjunction with our regionalization efforts, we are also amending and evolving our organizational model to have a greater function or greater focus on functional specialization within each working group. And then finally, as Sumit outlined, the implementation of the lean operating model is really the glue that brings all these changes together and ensures success. The lean operating model, again, will improve visibility both vertically and horizontally and will increase rapid responsiveness to identifying and resolving problems, will increase problem-solving capabilities, and will enable us to standardize best practices across the enterprise, leading to ultimately better outcomes for our customers and our community. Let me jump to the next slide, please. So Patty talked a little bit about this, and one of the questions was, how is this different? I think the significant differences here are several-fold. Separating the customer function, elevating it to the highest level in the company, separating engineering and strategy from operations, and then separating combining those 3 roles together to serve the function of what was previously the president's role. And then Commissioner Guzman-Aceves, you also asked about the regional vice presidents, and they report up to the customer function and to our executive vice president of customer and our chief customer officer. The theory and the thinking being is that the customer is the core. The customer is the core of all that we do. The regional vice presidents will be responsible to ensuring that we're hearing directly from our customers and communities about what their operational and other needs are, and then making sure that that's brought up vertically to the highest levels of the company. And this org chart is not reflective of every officer and every team. The regional vice presidents, we anticipate, will have teams of 3 to 5 people reporting to them as well to support their efforts at the regional level. So you'll see we're making these leadership and organizational changes, creating a flatter executive structure by replacing the president of the utility with these 3 officers, each with their own specialization and all reporting directly to the CEO. So as Patty talked about, the new equivalent role discussed, the EVP of customer, the EVP and chief operating officer, and the executive vice president of engineering and strategy. We have 2 of those 3 roles filled and are working diligently to bring on board and appoint the executive vice president of engineering and strategy. So just a little further to each of these, you'll see that customers are at the core. You can go to the next slide, it's cool. I just want to talk a little bit more about each of those functions. The executive vice president and chief customer officer will improve the focus on the customer by separating this responsibility from utility operations and elevating it to the highest officer level. The EVP of engineering and strategy will focus on planning for the future and keeping his or her eyes on the horizon, further strengthening our overall operational safety and reducing risk. but also making sure that we're planning for the long term, our clean energy transformation, what the system needs to look like to accommodate higher penetration of electric vehicles, higher penetration of building decarbonization. While the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer will focus on execution, downstream operations, singularly focusing on the operations of our generation, gas, and electric lines of business. Full attention to improving the safety, integrity, and operational efficiency of our assets in a risk-informed and customer-driven manner. So again, as we realign our working groups along those functional lines, we are emphasizing a reinvestment in the company's service philosophy, in which the core functions of our groups are supporting the customer, and those that are enabling service excellence through engineering and strategy, people and shared services, and operations. Together, the dark blue core functions will be supported by the resources in the lighter blue outside function, including risk, safety, finance, law, compliance, information technology, and corporate affairs. It reflects a core workflow design that begins and ends with the customer. Whether that customer is a residential customer, commercial and customer, or industrial customer. But we've got to first listen to customers and then design and engineer our work, and then provide the resources to make sure that that work is able to be executed. Next slide, please. Ultimately, this realignment will improve each working group's functional expertise by focusing them and through the prioritization of critical issues and the standardization of best practices in their work. Within their expertise, functional leadership will be in a position to leverage their many years of knowledge and experience within their specialization and high level of technical expertise to rapidly solve problems. Focusing on a narrow scope of work will allow each of these leaders to improve performance without the distraction of other issues. This will also clarify who is ultimately accountable and responsible for tasks and outcomes throughout PG&E. So functional specialization will also help standardize our work by accumulating experience over time within specific responsibilities, and it will allow leaders to gain insights on the best practices within their field, and then use those best practices to codify functional standards that improve performance and accountability. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to linger on this slide too significantly, other than to say, as I indicated before, and as I think many of you have heard me say, I think the best public policy outcomes are those that reflect the input and insight of our key stakeholders. And we have built into this process, obviously, these two workshops, as well as opportunities for comments and reply comments. But we have taken the feedback that we've heard and, to the extent possible, have integrated it into our revised plan. Next slide, please. All right, so now we are going to move into section 4. So that concludes the overview of the updated regionalization proposal. Patrick, this would be the opportunity to transition to section 4, proposed regional leadership, and our proposed regional versus central responsibilities.
Yes, thank you. And I did see a few hands come up. We're not going to take questions on the overview. We are going to move to the next section, and there will be a Q&A after this.
All right. So the operating and organizational changes that we've described will be instrumental in supporting our regional teams and enhancing their overall effectiveness on the local level. Sorry, next slide, please. Thank you. So what we're going to talk about in this section is an update on our recruitment efforts, describing the regional roles, and then describing in greater detail how lean will improve internal and external communication, and then clarify how our proposal will impact our customer groups. Next slide, please. So as we will describe in the upcoming slides, the regional changes we're making go beyond just standing up the regional leadership with the purview to identify issues and the authority to enact improvements. Standing up this leadership in conjunction with functioning with the lean operating system creates a platform for early proactive identification and the resolution of issues and the ability to bring very quickly the resources from across the company to bear to resolve those issues. The regional leadership will be the coordination, or will facilitate the coordination that uses their visibility across functional working groups to elevate critically important needs and bring the components of the solution together. We are in the process of identifying those leaders now, and I'm going to ask my colleague, Mary King, to describe our recruitment strategy and methodology. I think Mary.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Robert. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you a quick update. If we can go to the next slide. As Patty said earlier, regionalization is a critical part of PG&E's strategy to improve outcomes for our customers. It's part of the broader changes that will really change the way we work at PG&E. And as Robert said, we understand that we need to make significant changes and improvements. The role of the regional vice president will be to better understand and act on the needs of our communities, problem solve challenging local issues, and improve the way we operate. So since our last workshop, Robert went over some of the changes that we've made. Slide 14 shows the process. And there's no significant change to the process that we're going through. We're in that first quarter where we're focusing on looking at candidates, testing profiles, working with Diversified Search, which is an external search firm, to help identify candidates within the region. And we are all focused on that June 1st date when the hiring must be completed, so 3 months from now. On the next slide, it gives you an update of both the regional vice president roles and the regional safety director roles. There are not significant changes to the regional safety director roles since the last time we spoke. And I think that Robert did a pretty good job of calling out the changes to the regional vice president role. I think these changes are really important. It's important that these roles are integrated with the vision, with Patty's vision for the company. And as you've heard from my colleagues, these regional vice presidents are really going to play an active leadership role in activating the lean operating model and really facilitating and running that daily heartbeat that makes sure, as Sumit said, that we're able to respond more quickly to our customer needs and even be proactive before an issue becomes escalated. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Robert, to take us through a little bit more on the daily heartbeat.
All right. Thank you, Mary. So what we have here is an attempt to give a visual depiction of how the daily operating review is intended to work. It's a critically important. And I just want to emphasize, I understand that this is new to many. It's new to me. And I also understand that there's a hunger and a desire to understand how this is going to work and how this is going to drive better performance. And I'll just maybe build a little bit upon what Patty said earlier. Ultimately, we recognize that we have to show you. We can have a lot of words on the page, but ultimately it's going to come down to our ability to perform and show you. So I appreciate that. And I think, as Patty indicated, we would ask again for some grace and some time to be able to show you. But what this chart is intended to reflect is the organization of the daily operating reviews at a high level. Some of this is done at the company already, but it's not done throughout the company. Each morning, reviews will begin with field supervisors and functional groups. Meetings will use the metrics and the visual management tools that we've established to identify the status of operations, as well as any trends and propose countermeasures for issues. This creates a daily structured visibility into all parts of our work. And let me just emphasize, in addition to it being daily, it's creating a discipline. It's creating a process, and it's also going to ultimately create and change behaviors and change culture, a culture of rapid problem identification, rapid problem solving at the lowest levels and across the enterprise. These meetings are intended to cascade up the organization at each level of leadership, with the level below, in this case, the field supervisors, reporting a summary of conclusions to their supervisors. Each sequential meeting has its own metrics to evaluate and discuss on top of reporting on the performance of the working group that they supervise. The superintendents and supervisors at the divisional level will then meet for a cross-functional operating review, which will also include safety, engineering, customer, and other support functions such as facilities. The purpose of these meetings initiate a conversation about performance in other working groups, as well as provide a platform for voicing and identifying issues that may have cross-functional implications or require cooperation between groups. I think, put another way, this is driving the breaking down of silos in a very deliberate and intentional fashion. This is not to say that working groups didn't collaborate before, but what these daily operating reviews will do is create a consistent routine around that cross-functional communication, rather than leaving it to each group to schedule to do it on an ad hoc basis. So we're adding discipline, intention, and rigor to the type of cross-functional working that needs to happen. The cross-functional daily reviews in the region will have similar functional attendees, but with a larger scope of responsibility, and that will be led by the regional vice president. The functional leaders will provide visibility into regional performance, as well as voicing operational or customer concerns that they see close to the work. The goal of these huddles, as I indicated, is to break down silos between working groups by proactively, deliberately, and intentionally facilitating that type of collaboration, and then focusing on action-oriented problem solving. Once you've identified and addressed a problem or identified a problem, then moving to action to solve that problem. The outcomes of these regional meetings will then funnel up to the officer level, with the chief customer office having the ultimate oversight for their effectiveness. And the regional VPs, as we indicated, are going to report to the chief customer officer, because their primary objective is to understand customer needs, whether residential, commercial, or industrial, and then translate those needs into actionable plans. It is centered on responsiveness to customer needs and customer outcomes. The officer level daily operating reviews will review the performance of each function they manage, as well as the outcomes of those cross-functional reviews that we've just described that happen below. One thing that I do want to acknowledge additionally is that meeting our customer needs requires a more nimble utility. As we launch the daily operating review, we are aware that some of this structure may necessarily need to evolve to better meet both operational and customer needs. And that's, again, pushing the work down and pushing down closer to our customers will allow us to be able to make those adjustments in a nimble fashion. We remain committed to improving the effectiveness of these reviews as we've established a culture of visibility and two-way communication throughout PG&E. We jump to slide 19, please. So what we're intending to depict here is how internal collaboration will be improved throughout the enterprise and across PG&E work groups. The coordination of the regional vice presidents in each daily operating review will drive the type of internal coordination and collaboration between our functional groups, as well as drive external collaboration with our customers. Internally, the working groups need to collaborate all the time, whether it's electric ops, informing communications about a road closure that needs to be advertised to customers, or whether it's service planning, highlighting a commercial load capacity issue, engineering to have it incorporated in future asset plans. There are countless needs and countless ways in which we need to communicate on an ongoing basis, but that often occurs now in an unstructured way, in an ad hoc way at inconsistent intervals. A regional vice president leading these daily operating reviews creates a platform for cross-functional issue identification, communication about concerns, and coordinated problem-solving efforts. And it creates clearer lines of accountability for tasks and single points of authority for their completion. So this is further to your earlier question, Commissioner Guzman-Aceves. The regional vice presidents will have a small team of program managers who will provide logistical support to enable cross-functional collaboration and who will assist in planning the daily operating reviews and coordinate with functional analytics teams to prepare the dashboards and scorecards for use by our regional leaders. This visual management is a critical component of the lean operating systems, the preparation of dashboards and scorecards that are reviewed on a daily basis. So these teams will assist the regional VPs in preparing research, analysis, and community perspectives on the issues as they arise, and then in turn, further elevate the effectiveness of the regional meetings. And again, I think it's important to understand that the teams that the regional vice presidents will have underneath them are critically important. What's equally critically important are the daily operating reviews that are going to ensure that there is a consistent, systematic, cross-functional means on a rapid and daily basis to identify and bring resources to bear to solve problems quickly. Next slide, please. So how is it going to feel different for the customer? What will the customer notice? As our internal collaboration increases in frequency and effectiveness by virtue of the daily heartbeat, our external partnerships with customers will feel noticeably different. The addition of the regional leadership and their teams, increases the local resources that are positioned to engage with customers and creates an aligned PG&E team ready to hear community feedback in real time, on a moment's notice, on an ongoing, consistent basis. It will also help us improve our outgoing communications, allowing us to be less reactive, and more structured in how we explain impactful operations to our communities to bring them on the journey with us. So the improved internal collaboration will also increase the velocity of issue resolution. So the speed at which we are able to identify and bring resources to bear will significantly increase by virtue of the daily operating rhythm. And it will make us more responsive to our customers and their concerns more rapidly. Lastly, in some unique situations, it will improve our coordinated response capabilities so we can develop customized solutions to meet local needs. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about internal collaboration across safety groups. As going back to the proposal overall, we're adding 5 regional vice presidents. We're also adding regional safety directors. Our regional safety directors will also hold daily operating reviews with key safety team partners in each region who monitor both employee and public safety. They provide the functional safety teams a clear path to escalate issues, request and receive assistance, and get hands-on day-to-day guidance for improving safety performance. These cross-functional meetings will improve the frequency and cadence of safety collaboration in order to monitor performance quickly, but also to share best practices and to ensure consistency in our safety programs and their application throughout the company. I am going to ask my colleagues, Robin Christensen and Jake Ziegelman, to help with some illustrative examples. If we could move to slide 22.
Thanks, Robert. This is Robin. I want to make sure everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yep. Okay. Great. Thanks. I'll just wait for the slide to shift. If you can move to the next slide, that'd be great. Thanks for having me today, everyone. My name is Robin Christensen. I currently lead our service planning and design organization that responds to customer requested work for new services or added load. So this is very near and dear to my heart. I'm very excited about the prospect of this and very confident that this will be a game changer for us in terms of how we manage the business and how we are able to respond better to community and customer needs. So I think it will be helpful, and especially after the questions earlier, to provide a couple of examples beyond what I think we spoke about in the previous workshop. So we've seen this work, as you guys heard, with emergency response, some of the rebuild related work that we've done in the past, as well as what Aaron Johnson spoke to on the PSPS front. Those are a little bit more reactive in nature. And as Patty spoke about, it's going to be really important for us to do a better job of preventing problems or challenges that are happening and being out in front of them as opposed to just reacting to them, which we can do a good job with, but that's not a great customer experience. So we're going to provide, myself and Jake are going to provide maybe 3 scenarios where we see this shift happening. And hopefully it will be a little bit helpful as we think through sort of the iteration of this. So let's use an example where we want to support economic development and vitality within a local community that is a major large load development, large load project in a particular area. We could see this creating, say, for example, 500 jobs and tax revenue for the local community. So this is going to be a really important project for them. Often, and I've experienced this, we sometimes don't find out about those projects or those opportunities within a community until pretty late in the process, perhaps even as late as getting an application within the service planning organization that I lead. And ultimately, that may require pretty extensive capacity upgrades, let's say, for example, on our system in order to accommodate the new load. Those are multi-year projects in some cases. It requires investment planning up front. It requires engineering. It requires construction, maybe components around our substations, ultimately leading to the design and execution of the construction for the individual customer project. Yet it's really, really important. And there's a lot of functional groups within PG&E as well as external to PG&E that need to work in pretty tight coordination against a common timeline in order to deliver that for the community. So we can see, Robert spoke about not having an ad hoc process where we identify opportunities like this. Then we need to figure out who are the right parties to bring them together. All of that takes time. If we have a daily cadence and a platform where we're already talking about this kind of stuff and we're engaged with the community and we can identify these kinds of opportunities maybe a little bit earlier, but even if we don't, we already have the platform to bring the relevant functional groups together to make sure that we've got line of sight on what we need to do and who needs to do it, and a coordination hub, if you will, to make it happen. That doesn't exist today. We kind of have to cobble it together and someone takes ownership that isn't a clearly defined owner of all of the elements that need to come together in order for that to happen. So that's one example. Another example that we might see in sort of our core operations is related to reliability and perhaps even power quality for a particular customer or a particular area. We, for example, will find out about power quality or reliability issues with, say, for example, a very large commercial customer that's really, really important to a community base. Maybe it's a hospital, maybe it's a large data center or something like that that supports the economic vitality of that particular community and is really important to them. And we may not have as much line of sight on the experience for that particular large commercial customer until they've already experienced a lot of challenges and issues. And then pulling together all of the right parties to address those issues, which again may require additional upgrades to our system, which then loops in other functional groups. we will now have another platform opportunity for us to address those things. This can work for pocket communities too, not just an individual customer, but we're able to see data in theory in front of this stuff so that we can invest, we can participate in the investment process and the planning process, engineering process, further upstream of the issue to address it. So those are two examples on that front. I'm going to hand it over to Jake to talk through some examples on the microgrid side that we're already starting to work on through the PSPS effort that has been facilitated with a platform like this on a more micro scale. Jake?
Yeah, thanks, Robin. Morning, everyone. My name is Jake Ziegelman. I lead our local customer experience organization. So this third scenario, this example is less about how things might change with regionalization and really more a case study in how the regional model can work by looking at a very similar operating model we've already leveraged in the Community Wildfire Safety Program. So community microgrids are one of our many customer resiliency programs that's aimed at working with local communities to identify and design a community microgrid and how to work with PG&E to navigate things like site selection, like technical feasibility, interconnection with the larger grid, things like that. This program falls under the mandate of Aaron Johnson, our Vice President of Wildfire Safety and Public Engagement. And a big part of the community microgrid program is really understanding the community's needs, what specific solutions might make sense, and then integrating those projects back into the broader PG&E system and asset planning process. We're still in the very early stages of this program, but there's been a clear benefit to having the combination of Aaron's executive weight, his sponsorship, and clear ownership of a program that cuts across multiple planning and operating departments at the functional level, combined with gathering that feedback, input, and intelligence from all of our local teams that are really helping to crowdsource potential community microgrid projects based on their more intimate knowledge of those communities and our assets in those areas. So I think that it's a good example of using the regional and the lean operating frameworks to really harness local knowledge and channel it more effectively through centralized functions for an improved outcome that will ultimately benefit our customers. So if we could move forward one slide, I'm going to shift gears a bit and address a common question that we've gotten as we've pulled together these regionalization plans. Thank you. And this relates back to the question that was asked earlier from the Western States Petroleum Association. This slide is fairly straightforward, so I won't necessarily read every word, but we've gotten a fair number of questions from stakeholders related to how regionalization might impact our interactions with a variety of different customer groups and other external partners. And the simple answer is that we don't expect regionalization to change those relationships, and the various customer groups you see here on the screen will continue to benefit from the dedicated relationship management functions and the programs that they have today. That said, as we've mentioned on a number of previous slides, I do expect the regional model to provide another conduit for elevating, expediting, and ultimately resolving local issues that may originate from or impact these customers, which I think will only bolster and strengthen those existing relationships and programs that will continue on. So with that, I think I will turn it back to Robert.
Apologies, it took me a moment to get myself off mute. Thank you very much, both of you, Jake and Robin. I hope some of those illustrative examples are useful. We go to slide 24, please. So this is just intended to provide a brief summary of key benefits that we expect to be achieved by virtue of regionalization, by virtue of local leadership, by virtue of our functional alignment, and by virtue of implementing the lean operating system. So I don't want to go through each of the bullets and read the slide. What I'd really welcome at this point are questions about the presentation thus far and a little opportunity for dialogue. Patrick, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great, thank you, Robert. So we'll begin a 40-minute question and answer section now. I'm going to turn first to the commissioners. I'm also going to move the slides back one so that everyone has a moment to look at the benefit slide.
Patrick, President Badger, it's Genevieve. Can I go ahead and ask a question here? Two questions.
And I'll follow you, Commissioner.
Okay.
The other commissioners
All right,
have questions as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert, and your team. On the presentation. Can you describe, there's a lot to take in, but can you describe again how the regional safety director interacts with the regional vice president? And then my second question is your union workforce. How have you been interfacing with the leadership of the union workforce on these changes?
Thanks for both questions, Commissioner. Let me start with how the regional safety directors will interact with the regional vice presidents. And it might help if we looked at slide 18 again. And maybe while that's happening, I can just say at a very high level, the regional safety directors would be in the regional daily operating reviews that are facilitated by the regional vice president. Thank you. And if you look at what is delineated there as DOR number 5, that's a daily operating review number 5, facilitated by the regional vice president who leads it, but explicitly contemplated in that daily operating review is the regional safety director, as well as representatives from across the enterprise, from engineering and strategy, people in shared services, and customer and communication, our chief customer officer organization. So the whole goal with the implementation of Lean is to create a daily cadence comparing where you are today with where you said you were going to be and looking at where you're going to go tomorrow, making adjustments in a real-time basis, and making sure that you've got the right people from across the enterprise horizontally in these daily operating reviews. And so the way I like to think of it, the particular reporting requirements become, I don't want to say unimportant, but they become less important. And what becomes even more important is the fact that you've got these cross-functional working groups on a daily basis interacting with each other. It's really creating an intentional mechanism by which you are removing walls, breaking down barriers, eliminating silos. But that's the short answer. That's the longer answer to your question. It is intended that the regional safety directors will be working hand in glove with the regional vice president and attending these daily operating reviews. Your second question was regarding the union workforce. We have engaged with our union colleagues very early on before we filed in June, and have many touch points with the labor, with our labor leadership on a pretty consistent and ongoing basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick, I have a question, a couple actually. I'll just ask one and then I'll turn it to my other commissioners. I don't want to hog the mic. Also on this slide 18, page 18. This is kind of elementary, but I'm asking this question to have you guys further illustrate to the public. One gets a feeling when you see this slide and when you've described it is, oh my God, all you guys are going to do all day long is meet. Lots of meetings, with lots of people. And we all know that our lives are filled with meetings, but we also have action. We have things we have to accomplish during the course of a day. And can you describe like a real day in the life of one of these people? Like how, you can start with the regional vice president, but the daily operating review seems extraordinarily complicated here in this description. And I'm concerned about, yes, getting closer to the customer, but you can't be in meetings all day long and be close to the customer. I know that's a very elementary way of depicting what you've described, Robert, but it's a concern.
Thanks, President Batcher. It's a fair observation. Let me say a couple of things. My understanding of how lean will work is that you have, because there's also a discipline to how the meetings themselves are conducted as well. So you have like a 1, 3, and 10 mindset, where in the first second you're identifying the problem, in the third second or 3 seconds you're talking about the resolution, and in the 10th second you're talking about what the move to action is. So the meetings themselves, there's a whole discipline and rigor that comes to even the conduct of the meetings themselves, so that you are moving to action quickly. So that's number one. And then I think it's also important to recognize that they're up and down vertically. They're not the same people. So you're not having the same people in daily operating review number 7 as you have in daily operating review number 1 or number 2. So the expectation is that these meetings will be operated efficiently. They'll be operated in an action-oriented fashion to get people to move to action, so that you're out of the meeting and back out in the field doing the work that actually needs to be done. I hope that helps.
Well, yes, it does. I trust that'll function correctly. I have one more question, but I'm going to turn to my fellow commissioners. Anybody? I can't see everybody.
Oh, President Batcher. Oh, go ahead if someone else is.
Go ahead, Martha.
Go ahead, Martha, yeah.
Well, I have a couple of short, hopefully yes or no questions. I assume that the regional vice presidents will be based and located in the region.
That's an easy one, yes.
Okay. This one might not be so yes or no, but we talked previously about, is this the same coordination and team that will be utilized for PSPS response and coordination? And the reason I ask is more from a local perspective, be it local government or customer. Are they going to have to distinguish between who they communicate with and how things, understanding how the resolution can come to bear? So is this the same coordination that will be used for PSPS?
I will say, Commissioner, I think it's not going to be the exact same people. And part of the rationale behind having a regional vice president located in each region is that single point of contact can be the person that our customers and our communities know that they can go to for issues that are potentially beyond just PSPS. So it's not intended that these will be the same people. But there are things that we've done well in coordinating with local county OESs and other first responders and emergency personnel. And I think we touched upon it a little bit before. Aaron Johnson, who leads our wildfire safety and PSPS community outreach, has done, I think, a significantly improved and better job in coordinating with our local and county OES personnel and emergency personnel. So there are absolutely some best practices that we've learned from how we've conducted and improved on our PSPS interactions over the last couple of wildfire seasons that can be used in this regional model. But they're not they're not exactly the same. It's not going to be the same people.
Okay, so maybe if you can,
overlap.
Yeah, could you switch, Patrick, to the slide of the org chart? Because I would like to understand, make sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
That's slide 9.
Thank you. So Aaron Johnson is currently under which specialization here? electric operation?
I'm going to look on here. Yes, under electric operation.
Okay, so you're saying can you describe now with this org chart how the coordination will be?
Well, I think what's important, so if you look on this org chart, you'll see kind of the dotted boxed line around customer, engineering and strategy, people and shared service, and operations. Those four entities together, and maybe looking at the next slide, you've got customer organization at the center, and then engineering, people and shared services, operations, and customer communications surrounding the customers. Those four organizations are bringing to bear all of the resources in service of customers. So you've got operations engineering, or operations executing today on operating the system, engineering and strategy planning for the future, customer and communications, and then people and shared services, making sure that we have the people and other resources that are brought to bear to support each of those other three functions. All
Mr. Yeah, can you just go back to the last slide just so I'm understanding? Because the work that has been done under PSPS and public engagement and coordination with local government, everything that you have said, is that going to be, is there what it sounds a little duplicative, and I'm just thinking about, of course, things that are related to a PSPS are not in just the instance, but in all the preparation and knowledge of the community, and that seems to be a daily coordination. So the regional VPs will have someone from Aaron's team in their daily check-in.
I would expect that that's the case, Commissioner. I think what you're saying is that how we have functioned in the PSPS realm has worked well. I think that's what I hear you saying. And
I didn't say that, but you have improved.
It's improved.
Yes.
I think what we are attempting to do with the lean operating system is to bring that exact kind of cross-functional internal communication as well as external communication with our local leaders beyond just the local emergency personnel that are applicable in the PSPS context. This would be broader. So there will be learnings from how we've conducted PSPS that can be brought to bear in this functional organizational structure, but it will be close coordination on a daily basis, both internally and externally with our customers and communities on issues beyond just PSPS and wildfire preparedness.
Okay, go ahead, Cliff.
You sure?
Yeah,
I'm here all day, so
I really am just continuing to struggle with how the accountability from the region, what sort of empowerment we are giving to the regional VPs when the specialization structure is still very much in place, and what that mechanism is for sounds like the mechanism is for the regional VP to go up to their executive VP, and that sounds like not a direct route. Of course, the most extreme example would have been having the regional VPs at the head of this organizational chart with the ability to have all these specializations reporting up through the regions. Now you're obviously preferring to keep the specialization at a utility-wide approach here. So, the empowerment of a daily check-in, that's certainly a benefit, but where's the accountability for that the regional VPs will gain over these specializations? That's really the outstanding question I have. But Cliff, you can
I take a stab at that?
Sure.
I'm going to take a stab at that, and then I might invite some of my colleagues to help out. But I want to talk about how this functional structure, coupled with the creation of the regional vice presidents in conjunction with the lean operating system. I think we've got to look at all of them together. And so less than focusing on, the boxes and who's reporting to who, what the lean operating system is intended to create is a culture whereby there is deliberate and intentional and ongoing cross-functional cooperation, collaboration, all in service of the customers. And so in some respects, the boxes themselves become less important, and what becomes more important is the behavior that the lean operating system drives, the culture that will then be created by that behavior. And then you've got the regional vice presidents that will have knowledge of their specific region, will be closest to the problem identification and resolution, and by virtue of this cross-functional working, will be able to bring the resources to bear to solve the problem. So it becomes less important about which boxes are reporting to whom, and more about creating the kind of culture that identifies and resolves problems quickly at the lowest possible level so that you're not having to escalate everything up the food chain. I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah, Robert, this is Robin. Maybe I can add one thing to that because I agree. I think this provides us a structure that gives us the benefits of both a functional organization and one that is cross-functional in the way that you describe it, Martha. I don't envision a world where the regional vice president is having to go to their boss to resolve issues in a functional space that might be challenging for that particular region. I see the regional vice president working in parallel with the leaders of those functional areas. So we talked about PSPS and Aaron Johnson's current role overseeing some of that. That is a functional responsibility within electric operations, no different than enhanced vegetation management or what I currently lead around service planning. All of those pieces need to come together for how we support a community. And a community has needs in all aspects of what we do to deliver: gas, electric, and then all of the functional units within that. So the addition of the regional vice president allows for a holistic view of how we're showing up. And each region is going to have different needs, I would say, right? So the capacity needs, for example, related to electrification and EV charging in Central Valley are going to look and feel different than they are in the Bay, than they are in the North. The emergency response needs are going to be different. So what this allows is the regional vice president to create visibility and alignment across all of those functions that are different by region, where the functions can then focus on compliance, technical technical competency within those functions. So hopefully that helps. I don't know, hopefully that made it better, not more complicated, but it's an added element of integration that we don't have today, except for maybe at a lower level with individual issues.
Are we good for moving on, Martha, to
Yes, thank you.
okay. Commissioner Rechtshaven?
Thank you. Robert, I had to leave for part of your presentation and Robin's presentation, so I apologize if this was covered, but if we stay on the same slide with the functional organizational structure, I have a question about the risk, where risk is, and I guess it's two questions or two parts to a question. And the first is there's a lot of emphasis in what you and your colleagues have talked about, and we're just talking about right now, about how you're integrating functions, and there's a lot of dynamism among different parts of each box, and there's cross-functional opportunities. The lines are dotted, not solid, and so forth. Yet risk is off to the side and not part of the four functions that are highlighted that are being integrated. So that's one question. And then maybe more to the point for this discussion, or part of the point, is how do you envision the regionalization structure that you've unveiled will improve risk, reduce the risk of wildfires and other risks that the company faces?
So I look at, thanks for the question. I look at slides 9 and slides 10 together. I would not take the position of risk on slide 9 as a diminution of the significance of it. I think slide 10 may be a better depiction of the role of risk and safety. And if you think about our customers being at the center, and then the operation of our business and the engineering and devising the long-term planning for the system, bringing the people and the resources to bear in service of operations and engineering, and then all of it centering around our customer. And then on the light blue box on the outside, risk and safety are in service of those inner functions, all in service of the customer. So I think as it's depicted on the preceding slide where it's out to the left, that may give an incorrect impression that it's somehow remote or in the hinterlands, and that certainly is not the case. Everything we're doing, and I think this circular depiction is maybe a better depiction, is in service of our customer, ultimately in service of providing the safe service that our customers deserve. And the way that we reach safety is by making risk-informed decisions. And so risk, safety, and engineering are integrated across the company, ultimately with the intention of driving the type of safe, reliable service that our customers are expecting and deserve. I'll go to the next question, Commissioner, if you think I've answered the first.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So your next question was, how will all of this drive risk reduction? I think risk reduction in service of improved safety outcomes. And I think you've got to look at regionalization holistically in conjunction with what we've outlined in our wildfire mitigation plan, for instance, for 2021, bringing new risk modeling to make sure that we are identifying and prioritizing the highest level risks in the highest fire threat districts, in conjunction with our risk assessment mitigation process, which all are proceeding, which then feeds into the GRC. And I don't say this, I know you know this, Commissioner, I'm saying it really for whomever else is listening, that regionalization has to be looked at in conjunction with all of the other efforts that we have. One of the things that regionalization will bring in terms of enhancement of safety, reliability, and risk assessment will be a more granular local knowledge of our customers' needs. It will also, I think what we've seen, and going back to the discussion with Commissioner Guzman-Aceves, what we've seen in the context of wildfire education and PSPS outreach, a greater ability to be able to interact more quickly and more deeply with our county OES personnel and other local personnel. And then we'll talk a little bit specifically about the boundary reformation, because I don't want to lose sight of the benefits that flow from realigning our boundary lines along county lines, in part based upon feedback from CAL FIRE and Cal OES. And so they're not identically coincident with the CAL FIRE boundary lines, but we've made some boundary line reformation with the expectation that it will improve our coordination with county personnel, local agencies in the context of emergency preparedness and response. So that'll be an additional benefit flowing from regionalization in terms of safety, risk reduction, emergency preparedness improvement.
Okay. Well, I guess my reaction is we'll see how it goes, and I understand all those risk reduction measures and wildfire mitigation measures that the company's engaged in. From our perspective, when we really emphasize regionalization, we were thinking about it as a tool in addition to those, because those weren't enough, because we needed to have operations closer to customers, and reforming the boundary lines may be a very helpful but changes in addition to just implementing those plans in order to bring greater safety and more risk reduction. So I'm with you half of the way or most of the way. I'm not sure it's as aggressive as we had hoped, but I'm willing to watch and listen, given that it's part of a whole set of additional reforms that you guys have outlined here.
Can I maybe try to get you 3/4 of the way there? Maybe just a couple of additional.
All right, at least 6/10 if you don't.
Let me see if I can meet that challenge. Because I don't want to be left with I don't want you to be left with the impression that this is not going to ultimately drive safety and performance outcomes, because that is the intention. I think you look at regionalization and the role that our lean operating system will play in creating better, deeper visibility at a local level, making certain that we are then able to identify and resolve issues on a proactive rather than reactive basis, and resolve issues rapidly and quickly, which should serve to not just react to problems, but to prevent problems from occurring in the first place. That's really the significant role that regionalization will play. So it is incremental, and it is a tool in addition to all of those others that we talked about with the ramp proceeding and with the welfare mitigation plan. And this is incremental too. It is an additional tool that ultimately is intended, and we expect to drive safety and operational performance.
Thank you.
Okay, did we have any more questions from commissioners?
I think for the sake of time, I'm just going to make a statement and not have any question, because I really want to give those that have joined us today as much opportunity. On slide number 23, the impact of regionalization on customer care programs. This, again, just a statement. This concerns me because these are areas that have faltered. Yes, as Martha said earlier, there's been improvements made, but we went through some sad times in 2019 into 2020 and improvement into 2020. But these are areas of big concern for me. And the slide says customer-facing roles that benefit from scale, customer segmentation, or customer experience will maintain their existing scope managed through a functional organizational structure. I just would say, I really hope you look at these 4 boxes in a new and different way, because they're extremely important to how you really are communicating and coordinating and hearing and listening and being in the community. So just a comment. And then Patrick, I don't know, perhaps Commissioner Shiroma, Commissioner Houck, do either of you have any comments at this time before we move to public comment?
I just had one question on slide 9, just very quickly, just clarification on the org chart just to make sure I understood what Robin responded to Commissioner Guzman's question, if that's okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So if there's an issue raised by the electric operations that's brought into these daily meetings that comes to the attention of the regional vice president, is the regional vice president going to have authority to resolve that issue or be able to address that in conjunction with their responsibilities? Or is that something that's going to have to go up the chain from electric operations to the operations on the org chart?
Commissioner Houck, I'd say he or she will be empowered to address that immediately without it having to go up the food chain. By virtue of it having been brought into that daily operating review, the expectation is that the regional VP will be empowered to identify the problem where it is and then solve it. So that's really, so yes.
Okay. Thank you.
President Badger, this is Steve.
Absolutely, Commissioner Shiroma.
Yeah, I think really what we're grappling with is, this is going to be a change. Is it enough? Is it more of a baby step, or is it going to be substantial and meaningful? And certainly time will tell. And really, the question which, Robert, your team, you don't have to answer it right now, but it is, along with what Commissioner Hauk said is, and Commissioner Guzman said, everyone has been saying is, will these regional vice presidents have authority to effectuate these changes and have the resources to effectuate these changes? So that's more of a rhetorical question right now, because there's more discussion to follow, but it's that sort of overriding concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. First question from attendees is Will Abrams. You're unmuted.
Thanks very much. I appreciated the discussion here, and really sort of getting into this level of detail is where I really have some concerns, and I'm hoping you can address them. So one is, the definition of lean operations is doing more with less. This is something that is typically implemented to reduce costs, to make an organization, hence the name, leaner. And so I don't see that there's a proposal here that this is how we're going to get to a reduction of rates or cost reduction here, here, and here. And so that's really the why lean is implemented, and I don't see that, and hoping that you can address that along with sort of the specificity of the goals, right? So one of the statements here was that customers will feel a noticeable difference as a goal. And of course, we want everyone to feel a difference, but I think defining that very specifically about what those differences are is hugely important in terms of where we're going. And then as you discuss the dashboards and scorecards, again, getting back to the transparency, one of the things that PG&E has to do with this is have a measure of transparency that is above and beyond what they've shown thus far. So if you can state in this that those dashboards and scorecards will be available for the public to consume so that they know if their neighborhood is getting safer, is hugely important. And you point out in your presentation that as an example of this is how you're working with microgrids to address PSPS communications. And I would just say, at least from my experience, that has often come with less transparency in terms of understanding where these sectionalization devices are, what they can do, how they can do it, so that local folks can engage in those decisions about where and how PSPS is addressed. And sort of just lastly, and apologize for rambling on, but this is really important, is that I think we've been talking around, I guess, the primary concern that most of the audience has for this plan, which is reduction or elimination of catastrophic wildfires. And, we're talking around it about how these things will, improve the safety culture and things like that. But part of what has to be here, because this was the sort of the bone that was thrown through restructuring as here's the way that PG&E is going to chart a path forward, is it really has to call that out, I think, head on, to say, this is how this is going to reduce or eliminate catastrophic wildfires. And we just need to sort of say it by name and call it out and address it. And I would just please, I guess, take that and answer it as you can. Thank you.
Mr. Abrams, thank you very much. Always appreciate your engagement. I'm going to try to take maybe each of these in turn. The cost reduction, Lean is about reducing the relentless reduction and elimination of waste, in which would then promote a system of more efficient operations, which should lead to cost reductions. We have not specifically quantified what the anticipated cost reductions might be in the context of this proceeding, but just, you know, applying logic and reason and the expectation of Lean's outcomes of relentless reduction and elimination of waste, better performance, better outcomes, and then ultimately should lead to eventually cost reductions. I will also add, you know, that we are acutely aware of the need to, number one, be good stewards of our customers' money, but we're also acutely aware of the increase in rates attributable to the investments that we're making around wildfire safety and wildfire mitigation, as well as the investments we're going to need to be able to continue making to maintain the system, and investments that may be necessary in terms of accommodating more DERs, accommodating higher penetration of electric vehicles, and more building electrification. So we are aware of that. We were very pleased to be able to participate in the CPUC's rates and costs on bond, and look forward to continuing that dialogue as well. I will also add that as we are thinking about separate, part of what Patty described is the separation of operations and engineering and strategy. Part of the benefit that will flow from that is having some functional alignment focused significantly on planning the future of the system, which should lead to more efficient planning and then ultimately more efficient execution of those plans, which should lead to better and cost reductions as well. Your second comment was with respect to specificity of goals, and I'll just build upon something that I said earlier, and I think something that Sumit indicated. The judge, and you'll recall, the development of metrics was explicitly scoped out of this proceeding. We have a companion proceeding also coming out of the plan of reorganization, OAI, to develop safety and operational metrics enterprise-wide. Our expectation would be that those metrics that are being developed there would also be applied and measured on a regional basis. What we're careful, though, is that we don't create 5 different sets of metrics as opposed to taking our enterprise-wide metrics and then applying them on a regional basis. I think your idea, Mr. Abrams, of some form of transparency around the dashboards and or how we're measuring efficacy is worthy of continued discussion, and we'll have to continue giving it some additional thought. And then I'll just emphasize again that the 4 key elements of Lean, with visual management, the daily operating reviews, problem solving, and standard work, is going to drive better performance. And then if you add to that our relentless focus on risk and safety, because you'll also recall coming out of the plan of reorganization, we elevated those positions that report directly to the CEO. We're relentlessly focused on making sure that we're making the right risk-based investments to drive and eliminate to the greatest extent possible the risk of catastrophic wildfire ignition. And so all that we're doing is ultimately in service of safe, reliable service to our customers, with what we know is the need to remain focused on the reduction and elimination of catastrophic wildfire risk.
I appreciate that. Thanks very much. And I would just say, you know, it's just thinking of your audience, right? So wildfire survivors who are trying to rebuild their home, people who are living amongst the lines, trying to understand, are they going to keep having, you know, catastrophic wildfire shutoffs, et cetera? How is this going to address PG&E's pattern going forward? And I just, you know, please keep your audience in mind as you move forward. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Kathy Yap, you're unmuted.
Kathy Yap here on behalf of CLICA. Would it be possible for us to go back to slide 18, please? Okay, I wanted to make sure I understood what, at the division level, you envision are the divisions a subset of the regions, or is that a different organizational construct? I'm sorry,
Sorry, I didn't. Sorry about that. So we will have the regional boundaries that are aligned around our county boundaries at the regional level, but then we will have what we already do have at the divisional level within the region. So it's I guess a sub-level is a way to characterize it.
Okay, so the divisions lie within the regions. There's several divisions within each region. Okay, so
that's right.
Okay, so you have these daily operating reviews going on. Do they involve supervisors and managers exclusively, or are they going to involve the people that are doing the work directly? Now I'm talking about the division level, which is the most disaggregated DOR. Do they involve exclusively supervisors and managers, or do they involve other folks?
So the goal there, and maybe this will actually go a little bit back to the question about the regional vice president's ability to solve problems. What we're depicting here as a sample of what a daily operating review would happen is that you have these daily operating reviews at the lowest level with those folks at the supervisor, manager, superintendent level that are closest to the work. They will actually be empowered to solve problems because they're closest to the work. So what we've depicted here does contemplate that you've got superintendents, supervisors, managers that are closest to the work at the division level that are able to identify and resolve problems before it even gets up to the regional vice president. And it would presumably, I mean, you see some of this already happening. It's just not happening consistently across in every part of the organization, where we have 7 a.m. calls in the bull room with gas construction crews that are talking about what's going to happen today, what happened yesterday, what needs to happen today to get to where we need to be. And so some of this is already happening with field crews at the lowest possible level. Again, what this is supposed to be illustrative of is the creation of a culture and a mindset by which you're breaking down silos, you're solving problems, you're identifying and resolving and solving problems quickly and at the lowest level closest to where the work is being done and where the problem has been identified.
Okay, so what I want to understand, are you going to have at this division level, is this all functional, or do you have a representative of the so-called regional vice president's office? Just sort of get into the specifics here in terms of how you envision this.
At the lowest possible level, it's intended to be cross-functional so that it's electric ops, gas ops, power generation, veg management, emergency preparedness and response. And so at the lowest possible level, it's supposed to be as cross-functional as possible.
No, I appreciate that point, and it's noted. But do you also include someone from the regional VP's office at this level? I'm just trying to.
Yes. So the regional vice president, I'll just put a finer point on it. I think yes, the regional vice president will have a team of 3 to 5 folks that are intended to attend these lower level meetings to have visibility into what's happening. But the regional vice president also will be conducting his or her own daily operating reviews as well. But yes, at that lowest divisional level, there will be a representative of the regional VP's office.
Thank you. And then
are
these divisional DORs, you've got, let's say, just for round numbers, you have 4 divisions per region or 5 divisions per region, would you run those 5 division DORs kind of in parallel, and then each of them feeds up to the regional DOR? I'm trying to think of how every day one would operate this kind of thing. I mean, I could kind of envision it if if things were happening in parallel at the division level, everybody feeds up to the regional level. Is that what you guys are envisioning? And then the regional vice president can look at the results from each of the divisional DORs?
Yes, I think there's maybe 2 questions there. At the division level, will there be multiple divisions? Let's say you have 3 to 4 divisions within a region. Will they each have their own daily operating reviews? Yes. And then the question is, do they get sequenced? Do they roll up to the regional vice president? Am I characterizing your question correctly, Kathy?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I think the answer is yes to both. You're going to have, if there are multiple divisions within a region, having their own daily operating reviews, and then rolling up to the regional daily operating review.
So if I can then characterize what you're saying, the information from the divisional DORs, when it rolls up, does it roll up in through an electronic information system, or are there representatives of the divisional DORs that then attend the regional?
Yeah, the expectation is that that you're going to have the right representatives in the room. So presumably, as you move up from division to regional DOR, that there's a representative from the divisional daily operating review who is then rolled up into the regional daily operating review. And then remember, you'll also have the regional vice president's representatives in those other meetings.
Right. Okay.
I think the other critical component of this to remember is the visual management component, so that you can see a visual depiction of what it is that you're measuring and you're monitoring, and that's where the standard dashboards will also come into play.
Oh, okay. And then thank you for this interaction. Let's say we have issues that arise at the divisional DOR. They rise to the regional DOR. If they can't be resolved somehow, or if there's aspects of them that need additional assistance, would then the regional DOR push stuff back down to the divisional DOR? Like for the next day's DOR or something like that?
I think the way we would expect that this would function is that the problems will get escalated as needed, but you're really trying to drive a discipline and a culture whereby problems are solved without the need for escalation. This is the empowerment of the problem solving at the lowest possible level. But to the extent that you can't, for whatever reason, and something does need to be escalated, having the daily operating reviews will allow that escalation to happen quickly and naturally. And again, going back to the use of visual management, common dashboards, that will be revealed quickly so that you're not, a problem doesn't have to languish while it works its way up the proverbial food chain.
Okay.
Thank you, Robert. Kathy, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in here. We're running short on our Q&A time, and I'm going to move to the next person in line for questions, but that was a very informative dialogue. Thank you. Megan Samagi, you're unmuted.
Hello, this is Megan Samagi. I'm outside counsel for the Joint Local Government Coalition. And I wanted to follow up on the questions that Commissioners Guzman-Aceves and Rechtschaffen had about sort of how the org chart is going to facilitate, really fostering a meaningful working relationship with local governments and kind of the discussion of how Aaron Johnson's work around PSPS could serve as a roadmap for that. And I wanted to say that, you know, all of the good and the positive things that have been said about the work that Aaron Johnson and his team did and are doing with PSPS are absolutely true. You know, we've said this before in our filings, but during the 2019 de-energization season, the fact that we had an open line of communication with Aaron and his team, that he had sat down with us face to face, talked with our emergency managers, tried to understand what local governments needed in terms of these, you know, new and large scale power shutoffs. That was invaluable, and that led to the development, you know, on the fly in real time as the PSPS season unfolded, to some of really the most valuable resources and tools that local governments have gotten from PG&E. And, you know, that has continued through 2020. Again, ongoing direct conversations with Aaron and his team. He's let our emergency managers kind of look under the hood and kick the tires, so to speak, in terms of new programs, new protocols that PG&E is thinking about rolling out and making adjustments based on that. And it has made all the difference. And so in terms of the regionalization proposal, as a practical matter, what certainly my clients will be looking for is that kind of direct dialogue, and a real dialogue, not just, you know, a PG&E rep goes out with a PowerPoint and then has to take substantive questions back to the home office, but actual substantive talks with, whether it's the Department of Public Works or the, you know, emergency management or elected officials, you know, whoever in government administration PG&E is working with on a particular issue. We expect that will really be the kind of relationship that drives change at the local level and makes PG&E a much better community partner. We read the current proposal as attempting to implement that type of a relationship. You know, the trick is always implementing the plan successfully, and so we're going to reserve judgment until we actually meet with the regional VPs, start having these conversations. But we, you know, we see that PG&E is moving in that direction. We do really appreciate it, and we just want to, you know, kind of commend to PG&E in implementing this plan, and also just the commission as you're watching it unfold, that in terms of local governments, the problems really start when there's no opportunity for a two-way dialogue. And so, you know, we think that that's really going to be one of the critical pieces of this, regardless of kind of how the actual org chart is structured. And we will, of course, expect that the top of the org chart will give the, you know, the bottom of the org chart everything that they need to ensure that programs are implemented, changes are made, needs are met. So thank you.
Patrick and Robert, if I can, excuse me so much for interrupting, but I have to leave the workshop at this time because I have to testify before the assembly this afternoon, and I've got some things I've got to get done before 1 o'clock. So I apologize to the audience as well as PG&E and my fellow commissioners, but I was double booked today. So thank you. This has been very interesting, and I appreciate your time. Excuse me again for interrupting.
Thank you, President Batcher, for being here, and good luck in testifying today in front of the Assembly. I would just say to Megan's comment that, yes, exactly. I think that what you just described with how our wildfire engagement and PSPS engagement improved under Aaron Johnson's leadership is what we would attempt to emulate across the service territory. And so I appreciate the comment and the acknowledgement. And there are absolutely lessons learned and best practices that we would attempt and intend to import into the broader regionalization process. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Robert. Ariel Strauss, you're unmuted. I'm going to move to Jennifer Dowdell. Ariel, if you were on oh, I think you're just not there. Jennifer Dowdell, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Jennifer Dowdell from Turn. Hey, Robert, how are you? You're muted.
I'm well, Jennifer. How are you? Thank you for being here.
I will be quick. So I heard you say, reiterating that lean operating is about identifying waste, and out of taking waste out and streamlining operations, ultimately you would expect to see cost reductions. And our question is, so is your level of confidence such that you would be willing to absorb the cost of this process by shareholders rather than ratepayers in anticipation of the improvements that you would be likely to see post 2023 rate case?
So thank you for the question. I think you'll note, and we'll get to this later this afternoon or when we come back from the break, that our updated proposal does reduce our estimated regionalization costs. We have established a memo account to cover any incremental costs. We are making certain that we're doing this in the most cost-efficient way possible. And we're always looking for ways to continue to mitigate the impact of rate increases. And we have parallel and distinct efforts afoot to reduce costs to the greatest extent possible.
Thanks, Robert. I would just say, though, that it is very hard to determine whether a course of action is reasonable without more of a concrete sense of costs. And so I'll wait to see the follow-on proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Patrick, are you still there?
We can, yeah, I'm here. Ariel, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you. This is Ariel Strauss with Small Business Utility Advocates. Thank you, everyone, for putting on this presentation today. I noticed that Appendix D of the proposal neglects to mention SBUA comments, and so I have two questions relating to the comments we asked previously. Particularly, the first is, I see on slides 21 and 22 extensive discussion of better coordination within the region, but what methods are proposed for a more formal structure for coordination among the regions and information sharing of best practices and insight into issues that are arising within PG&E as an institution? And I'll also give my second question here too, which is initially that the application didn't address utilities history, but I now see that the proposal has 2 pages on history. It says it incorporates learning from PG&E's history of regional and organizational structures. And so my second question is, what has PG&E learned from its history that is now incorporated into the revised regionalization proposal? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Ariel. A couple of things. What's different and what have we learned from history? I think one of the things we learned from prior regionalization-like efforts is that without the right cadence of management oversight and structure, there's the tendency to fall into siloed behavior. And again, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I'll go back to the role that lean plays in ensuring exactly that doesn't happen. And lean is the mechanism by which you ensure that there is coordination among and between the regions. If you can't remember which slide it was, but if you look at slide 18, again, you'll see this facilitates both horizontal cross-functional interaction in a deliberate, intentional, and daily manner. That's across the organization, but it also includes vertical daily operating reviews as well. And so I think that gets to your point about ensuring that the regions themselves don't fall into competitive fiefdoms, so to speak. And so by ensuring that we've got the horizontal cross-functional coordination and by ensuring that we've got daily operating reviews at multiple levels, you're ensuring that there's visibility at the enterprise-wide level across all the regions. Was that responsive, Ariel?
I do appreciate the tie-in between the two. My question about slide 18 is with whom is the regional VP meeting in this structure? I don't see, maybe I'm not reading the slide correctly, but at the regional level, among regional VPs and with executive management, with whom is the regional VP meeting and in what reporting capacity?
So the regional vice presidents will report to the executive vice president of customer and communications. That's the system-wide daily operating review will be led at the top of the food chain there by the EVP of customer and communications. It will be attended by those other executive vice presidents. So that's at the very top. That's the daily operating review number 7. Starting with daily operating review number 1, you're having cross-functional meetings, cross-functional daily huddles with representatives from the regional vice president's office attending those meetings. So that's at the lowest possible level, at the closest to the work and closest to where the issues are happening. And then as you move up the daily operating review ladder, you'll see that the regional daily operating review includes the regional safety director led by the regional VP and attended by the operational representatives as well. So you'll see if you go regional cross-functional daily operating review number 5 and you go across left to right, you'll see who else is intended to be in that meeting. Representatives from engineering and strategy, representatives from people and shared services, which include supply chain, fleet, and facilities, as well as specific representatives from the customer function.
Good. Yes, thank you. Thank you for explaining that, and thank you for making those changes as well to the proposal.
Thanks for being here.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I don't see any more hands up at the moment. We had a lot of really excellent questions and responses. We are past the original time for our 15-minute break, and we do have quite a bit on the agenda still for the remaining workshop time. Let's take just a short 5-minute break, please, and come back at 12:13, 12:14. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, I am pausing the recording now. I'm having problems with the slides again, everyone. I apologize. Give me just one moment. Okay, so thank you. Quickly, this afternoon, we'll be moving into the geographic regional boundaries and then the implementation timeline and very quick next steps. If PG&E is ready, let's move to the geographic boundaries.
Hi, Patrick. This is Sienna Rogers from PG&E. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sienna, we can.
Wonderful. Hello, and thank you for hosting this workshop, and to all the commissioners who continue to attend this afternoon. I recognize we've gone a little bit over. Hopefully, we can quickly go through this section. There was a lot of content in the first part, but look forward to discussing our modifications to the boundary proposal that we provided in June, and I'll provide, before I go into the modifications, I'll just, for those who are maybe a little bit less familiar, provide a brief recap of the drivers of our original proposal overall, and then cover the specific changes that we incorporated that was based on the feedback we received both externally from stakeholders and our ongoing engagement internally. So if you can move to the next slide. So this slide just covers a summary of changes. Now, this is the changes relative to how we operate today, not the changes from our proposal in June. So as a reminder, our goal in developing the recommendation for the new regional boundaries were to improve coordination with our local governments and agencies, where possible, create regions with similar customer and operational characteristics. As we highlighted in the November workshop, some of the notable changes include ensuring no county will span more than one region, and we'll retain the divisional divisional operating units within the regions, and the gas and electric businesses will align to the same regions. This is an improvement over the present state where currently gas and electric regions were not necessarily aligned, and they don't necessarily follow county lines as they are structured today. So if we can move to the next slide, I'll go into a little bit of the detail around sort of the specific objectives that we had and the principles that we tried to hew to when developing the original proposal. The key focus areas for our proposal were, as I mentioned, really aligning with the county boundaries. This is a key tenet that is intended to ensure the regions really are aligned with the sort of the organizational units of our local governments and the agencies that we partner with so frequently. We also tried to ensure that regions were geographically connected and improve commonality among customers within a given region. We believe having a single regional leadership team that can coordinate with cities and counties during emergencies is critical. We've talked a little bit about that today, and some of the benefits we've seen in other organizations within the company that are doing that more effectively. And some of the counties and cities will have specific work requirements that impact how PG&E executes the scheduling and completion of gas and electric projects. So kind of creating sort of one clear group of counties and commonality among sort of how that work gets done will improve operational efficiencies and hopefully outcomes for customers. On the customer commonality point, as we have discussed in the past, we analyzed census data and customer billing data as an indicative but not a perfect measure of commonalities to arrange the counties into the regions in our original proposal. And as this group can appreciate, there remains a rich diversity of needs within a given county, and each proposed region will have to have a variety of residential, commercial, and industrial customers. We're trying to create these regions that have commonalities across the customers within those regions. We recognize there's a great diversity even within each county. So we've considered customer groups with similar interests and concerns could be part of a single region so that the regional leadership could be aware of and could focus on key issues that those customers might have and obtain a deeper understanding of their requirements in each region. If we go to the next slide, here are some of the additional kind of high-level objectives and design principles that we were considering. Region size and kind of operational scope is a key area that drove the decision around the number of regions. Having too few regions could result in regions that are potentially too large to manage, including in relation to workforce safety and customer responsiveness. And thus, we might not achieve the total benefits that we're seeking in regionalizing. So we also looked at the volume of work across the different regions to ensure no single region had any overwhelming share of the work across any single dimension, such as wildfire mitigation or gas safety work or new customer requests. So that was those objectives and design principles sort of guided us to the number and the size and sort of the shape of the regions that we recommended. And then, of course, there were a number of additional considerations that we factored in to the extent possible. We can't factor in and maximize for everything, but we did look at a number of different other drivers, and the fire suppression and mitigation and emergency planning was again a driver to align with county boundaries, but it also we looked at improving alignment with CAL FIRE units. We recognize the alignment is not perfect given county boundaries of the CAL FIRE units, and some of the operational and customer commonality objectives that we had. So we were really putting all of this into a little bit of a balancing act to try to maximize for a lot of different objectives here. So with that, we'll go to the next slide, and I'll provide a little bit of an overview of the specific modifications that we made. So on the left-hand side, we have the map of the regions as we had proposed last June. And on the next slide, I'll give you the new map, but sticking here for a moment, we received a lot of great feedback from both stakeholders outside of PG&E and additional conversations internally to consider that we have considered, and these are the proposed changes that we will be making and are reflected in the filing we made last week. First, we are going to, the very first change on this list is the movement of Sacramento and Solano counties to the Sierra regions based on both external and internal feedback that these counties have greater commonality with the Sierra region, and our internal feedback that highlighted greater operational benefits through better resource sharing with having those two counties aligned with the Sierra region. Similarly, we are moving Marin and Siskiyou counties into the North Coast region to respond to feedback from stakeholders in Marin, highlighting the benefits of keeping Marin County with other counties in the north and east. So Sonoma, Napa, and the commonalities there are strong, and there's operational benefits to having those counties together. So there's both, again, of both internal and external feedback that drove that decision. I'll just note Siskiyou County, there's a very small presence of PG&E in that county, kind of on the very far west and far east sides. So after further evaluation and investigation, there's more customers on the western side of that county. And so the handful of folks, customers that are on the eastern side would roll up to the same regional VP, but we expect that the resources and the people doing the work to support those folks on the eastern side would still come from resource centers within the Sierra region, for example, so that there's not a sacrifice in service there, but at least there's still kind of a single point of contact for that county. So the next one that is significant is the movement of Glenn, Colusa, and Yolo County, apologies for the siren, into the Sierra region as well. With this move, we also felt it, as highlighted in the item 5 down here, that it's more appropriate to rename Sierra region to North Valley and Sierra, given the sort of inclusion of all of those counties plus Sacramento and Solano. The drivers of this change, again, were both external and internally driven. First, there was an interest in trying to create 1 or 2 regions that include a significant share of our agricultural customers and the customers that support that sector. So while we couldn't create a mega agricultural region, we do believe we've kind of collected to most of the large agricultural customers in the North Valley and Sierra regions, as well as the Central Valley region. We also saw potential to better align with gas and electric existing operational planning, and of course, there's great sort of access and alignment with the corridors and the highways that run through those 3 counties, making it easy to cover that particular territory. Second to last, I'll just note that we also shifted Amador and Alpine counties from Sierra down to the Central Valley. That again is really driven by primarily operational needs. The access to those counties really comes from the south and west, and so it just made a lot more sense, given kind of historical support for those counties came from the south, to have those be part of the Central Valley. And then last, I'll note that for number 6, that the last one I want to highlight is that we have renamed the Central Coast to South Bay and Central Coast. This better reflects that there's a large share of the customers in that region that are in Santa Clara County. And we believe the South Bay and Central Coast region ensures that there's that the large number of customers and work in the South Bay can receive resources and attention that they need. In summary, I'll just say as I mentioned before, there are a number of different criteria that we were considering, and we were seeking a proposal that maximizes for those criteria, but obviously can't please all of our criteria 100%. And so we think that this, if you can go to the next slide, the resulting regions really kind of highlight as you can see on this slide, this is what the regions will look like going forward with the realignment that I covered on the previous page. We've also summarized here very briefly some of the high-level attributes of the different counties, the different regions. But we'll note in our filing in the appendix, there is a pretty detailed list of metrics that we can reflect that highlight the specific operational and customer data that each of the different regions would look like. So that is the results of the changes. I want to cover one more topic on the next slide here, and that is around the division boundaries. As we mentioned, we'll continue to use divisions as a smaller geographic unit to organize and organize operationally within each region, so that we can one, sort of leverage those organizational units, and we've talked a little bit about how that will show up in the daily operating meetings. But this also allows us to essentially keep continuity of historical performance metrics so that we can kind of evaluate over time, not just starting from when the new regions are established. We can look back and see historical performance as well. So while in order to align with the county boundaries within the regions, there will be several divisions that we expect to make minor adjustments to so that they do align with the county boundaries. But there's about 3 areas where there's meaningful but not very significant. And those are the divisions of Kern, North Bay, and North Valley. Essentially, they're relatively small segments of these divisions that are traditionally spanned over over multiple counties. And our proposal would ensure that those divisions all reside within a single region. The modifications that we're making are small enough that we believe the historical trends on the metric front will not be significantly sort of undermined. And then the last thing I'll note is with redrawing those little edges of divisions into different counties, there are going to be cases where the resources and employees that perform the work for those customers in those regions will still come from the prior divisional alignment, in order to maintain operational efficiencies and minimize impact to customers. So this is often sort of indicative of how sort of geographic county boundaries don't necessarily align with sort of the mountain ranges and things to make it easier for folks to serve those customers from the new region that they would be part of. But again, it maintains that single point of contact for the folks in that county on all the customers in those counties. All right, I'll do a quick recap here. And on the last page, just to note that we believe we've modified our original proposal to be responsive to stakeholder feedback, and we have been able to maintain or improve upon the original objectives and design approach that we originally identified, and I summarized earlier. The proposed regional boundaries will bring together adjacent counties with similar customer profiles, geographic and operational characteristics. And the improved knowledge of the distinct customer operational needs of each region will allow regional leaders to focus on their specific operational challenges. We expect that these changes, along with the other operational and lean operating systems that have been covered today, will enable PG&E to become a safer, more reliable, and more responsive to our customers. With that, I hope I've summarized that quickly enough so that we can get to questions that folks might have.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions on the regional boundaries?
Patrick, it's Genevieve.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Shiroma.
I don't have a question on the boundaries per se, but rather Sienna and Robert and the team, can you walk through one of those what ifs? Okay, so you have the electric distribution division and regions, and let's say for the North Valley and Sierra, it looks like there are three electric distribution divisions within that region. In the North Coast, looks like there are 3. And so let's say on a given day, you've got vegetation management teams that are out there in the 2 in Region 1 and Region 2. And the VP in Region 2 has set a priority. The VP in Region 1 has set a priority. And how does the deployment of those vegetation management crews work if you have that kind of a situation?
Thanks for the question. Yeah. Sorry, Robert, did you want to take that one?
No, please. If you go first, and then I'll see. I'll maybe jump in.
So I think the short answer there is that there would be multiple. I think we'd have multiple different crews on the vegetation management side in both of those regions. I think maybe the the work in and of itself has been planned out and reflects sort of risk mitigation priorities. And there has been an opportunity through the cadence that of meetings and regular discussions to align those different priorities across the different regions to the extent necessary. But there would be, in theory, given the size of those two different regions, probably significant numbers of crews in both regions, right? Robert, is there anything you would add to that?
No, the only thing I might add is I think you've got two opportunities at play to address your question, Commissioner. I think it's enterprise risk management. So our risk management is being done at the enterprise level. So we will be devoting the resources based upon the risk model that we're employing enterprise-wide. And your specific example is about veg management. So presumably our enterprise-wide view and our risk model that we've applied will direct and dictate where the work is going to go. And we talked about in our wildfire mitigation plan for 2021, the most significant amount of work being in the highest threat district. So that's number one. And then I think number two is the daily cadence of operating reviews should highlight this type of circumstance in real time to prevent competition among and between the regions. And so presumably, if there are competing priorities that aren't resolved through risk modeling, if it's maybe something that's not a safety-driven investment, let's say it's a service connection, that would be highlighted in the context of these daily operating reviews, and those regional vice presidents or the folks at the lower level would be able to resolve that issue in the moment that it arises and becomes known.
Thank you. Did you have additional questions, Commissioner Sharma?
Well, I'll defer the microphone to the other commissioners. I may have a follow-on question. Cliff or Martha, Darcy?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, let me ask my follow-on question. On a granular level, Robert, these vice presidents, it doesn't look like you're envisioning the classic hierarchy kind of structure, because it doesn't look like these vice presidents have 5 to 10 direct reports, that they're more of a hub for all these different activities, and for those other activities headed up by other managers. Those other activities are spread across these regions. They're not necessarily, unless they're divided up according to these electric and gas distribution regions. I guess that's a long way of saying, I mean, how many direct reports do these vice presidents have within each of these divisions and regions? Or is it, or rather, are they a hub for these managers who report to other people?
So that we envision, Commissioner, that they would have 3 to 5 direct reports, and they would those direct reports for the regional vice presidents would be like program managers, folks that are helping to drive the daily operating reviews. I think the thing that I want to keep emphasizing is, you're right, it's not the traditional hierarchical structure, and I would assert that that's a good thing. What we're really trying to achieve through the implementation of the lean operating system, again, is pushing the work down and pushing the problem identification and resolution at the lowest possible level, and facilitating the resolution at the lowest possible level. And you do that by empowering people at the lowest possible level to solve problems. And you're also creating, deliberately and intentionally by the daily operating rhythm, cross-functional working, so that we are functioning and showing up as a one PG&E team in service of the customer. And so the specific, and I don't mean to diminish the specific reporting requirements, because I'm not doing that. We do still have reporting requirements. But what you're really talking about is creating a culture where there aren't silos, creating a culture where everybody is focusing on making sure that we're bringing the right resources to bear to solve the problems early, often at the lowest level across the enterprise, irrespective of who is hierarchically responsible for something. I think we've gotten feedback, and we've observed ourselves, that we've got the frozen middle. There was a lot of talk about the frozen middle. One of the benefits of the lean operating system is, again, pushing the work down at the level where the people that are doing it can do it. And then we've heard a lot about the obstacles created when you operate in a siloed fashion, the lack of coordination, the opportunity for missing out on work, missing out on things that need to be done, or not being able to identify problems quickly. Again, the lean is supposed to create a very deliberate and intentional process by which you destroy silos. So that's maybe the answer to your question is yes, it's not a traditional hierarchical structure, but I would look at that as a constructive evolution rather than as a detriment. And the regional VPs will have some direct reports, but they won't. But more than the reporting structure is the creation of the horizontal and vertical lean operating system.
Okay, I hear you in terms of all of us who've worked in any kind of enterprise, whether it's a particular individual or what have you, and everything just stops at their desk, it doesn't move any further, and the whole enterprise comes to a halt. One more question that has to do with we've talked about the reporting structure and the lean structure through the officer who I think is a new person who's been hired. How does all of that interface work with these regions, the VPs, to Ms. How have we structured this environment so that things don't just stall also right above the VP, and that the CEO is able to have a keen sense for the entire operation and this new way of doing business?
So I was having a little bit of a hard time hearing all of the question, but I think the question was, how do you ensure that this is going to be implemented enterprise-wide, and how do you ensure that there aren't bottlenecks such that things maybe get stopped at a particular level? Is that a fair characterization? Okay, so I think two things. The regional vice presidents will in fact report to the executive vice president of customer and communications, our new chief customer officer. That's Marlene Sanchez. And the thinking there is that it's emphasizing the need to do everything that we do in service of the customer, placing the customer at the center and making sure that the customer's voice is brought to bear in all of the things that we're doing. So that's number one about the reporting structure. Then the question is, how are we going to ensure that lean is implemented throughout the company? And I'll talk a little bit about this in the next component where I talked about the implementation plan. But it's not just incumbent upon Marlene to lead the implementation of lean. I'll tell you just, we're working with an outside consultant and we're creating a center of excellence, so to speak, that's being led by Sumit. That's why Sumit was talking about it. But this is going to be something that we will be training everybody in the company, from the senior team all the way down throughout the organization over the coming weeks and months. And so the plan is to be very deliberate and intentional about training everybody across the company and really getting this into the bloodstream of the company, because it is about visual management and daily operating rhythm and problem solving and standardization of work. I think of that as kind of the process component, but it's also about creating a culture in which people are empowered to solve problems, creating a culture in which people naturally will work cross-functionally. So the notion of silos becomes anathema to how we function, because it's in our DNA to operate cross-functionally. And you're creating a culture in which we are functioning as a one PG&E team, and then showing up in our local communities like the local hometown team. So I look at the lean implementation as building processes and procedures, but also changing behaviors in service of changing culture. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you, Robert.
Okay, thank you. I think several attendee hands are up, are holdovers from the last section. I believe Will Abrams, you're a new hand up, you're unmuted, and anyone who made a comment in the last section but does not want to in this section, please lower your hand. Will, you're unmuted.
Great, thanks very much. Had a couple questions around these regional boundaries and how they were assessed. One is, I just want to understand if PG&E considered organizing these regional boundaries based on the type of risk. So as an example, I imagine that the resources and a lot of the strategy that would be deployed within the city of San Francisco and city of San Jose, there might be a lot of sort of similarities there, and likewise between Sonoma and Napa. So want to understand if PG&E thought about aligning these based on the type of risk so that similar strategies and resources could be deployed. The second is sort of picking up on what was stated earlier in terms of your understanding of what this regionalization proposal needs to incorporate it and what it shouldn't. So I understand metrics were excluded from this, but sort of trying to understand sort of where metrics shouldn't be included, but specific goals and objectives should be. So just want to understand, to what specificity do you feel like you need to get to in this proposal where it's, not a metric, because maybe that's excluded in the proceeding, but it's specific enough so that we can understand where you're driving. And then the last point is really around this sort of closeness that you've described as an objective with the counties. So want to understand, are you looking to have that closeness on a strategic level? In other words, community wildfire protection plans driven by counties are now going to have elements from PG&E very specifically within them. Wildfire mitigation plans likewise are going to have aspects of the CWPPs, and strategically you're going to integrate? Or is it the communications path where, communications around a PSPS event, that's going to be strategic. And then also financially, right? So trying to understand that if PG&E has a particular initiative in a county and the county's supporting that PG&E initiative, will that regional vice president have dollars that they would be able to provide to that county or to a particular area within the county to help drive that? And so will dollars sort of flow through this to those counties in different ways? Thank you.
Maybe I could ask Sienna to address the first question about how we derived the boundaries and whether risk was a component of our analysis.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Robert. So what I would say to your question about sort of the decision on which counties are in which regions was one where we looked at kind of a bunch of different threshold sort of characteristics that we wanted to align. And that very first characteristic was, let's preserve county boundaries. And we also looked at customer commonalities. And then we layered in a wide range of additional of factors, whether it's operational. And under operational, sometimes that was around, where are the resources located that serve those customers, and tried to align around that so that customer sort of customers were still receiving the same level of service because of sort of that level, the proximity to the resources and that they would be served by. But also we looked at, is there any single county where we could kind of create a specialization in terms of the, like you said, sort of risk mitigation of a particular type. I think the challenge for us is that if you look at the maps on terms of where the risk is, it's throughout our service territory. So there wasn't going to be sort of one single territory where wildfire mitigation was the only focus, or high consequence pipelines are a big focus. That being said, there is some natural geographic alignment within the regions that we've created where there is sort of a higher concentration of wildfire risk. For example, in the counties that are north of San Francisco and the Bay Area, but the Bay Area has a much lower incidence of that. But it's not, again, not exclusive. So we had to look at a lot of different characteristics and a lot of different interests from different stakeholders, and tried to manage so that there was no single region that had so much work that it would sort of create potential risk to getting all of that work done, and having a single regional VP having to oversee so much work that it would be impractical. And so those were some of the things that we incorporated when we were identifying which regions, which counties made sense to allocate to which regions. But there wasn't really an opportunity to kind of create a specialization within any given region, just given the diversity of our service territory and sort of how widely spread some of the risk challenges that we face are. Robert, I think the other two questions are probably better answered by you. So I'll turn it over to you.
I'll take a shot. Thank you very much. And Mr. Abrams, again, thanks for your engagement and for the questions. I'd say a couple of things maybe as a general proposition, harkening back to something Patty said earlier. We get closer to the customers, but there are a couple of slides earlier where we talked about both internal and external communications improvements. Part of the goal with regionalization is to make sure that the voice of our customer is being brought to bear in all of our planning and in everything that we do, including engineering the system for the future. And so I think in answer to each of your questions, in terms of how dollars get deployed, how our wildfire mitigation plans are informed, the thinking would be that as we are closer to our customers and our communities, as we are engaging in more deliberate, intentional, and regular external engagement around a host of different issues, that will inform financial planning as well as distribution planning, as well as development of future risk-informed wildfire mitigation plans. And so I think that may be the answer to all of the questions that you asked about what do we intend to derive by closeness to the customer, and whether that's going to be closeness on a strategic level. I think it's closeness to the customer to inform everything that we do.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ariel Strauss, your hand is up again. I'm not sure if you had a new comment. You're unmuted.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Ariel Strauss with Small Business Utility Advocates. Thank you. I have a question relating to the way in which new divisions can be used, not so much how they have been designed. And this is a question I had asked previously and also submitted in our comments, which is, will there be regional goal setting for the particular goals on an interim basis, and how will the public be involved in that regional goal setting, since having regional goals seems like one of the advantages of this new structure?
So I would, Ariel, I'll try to answer this way. We have goal setting based upon executive guidance is what we've historically called it, but we've called it other things as well. But we do goal setting all up and down the organization. The goal of goal setting, is to ensure that those regional goals there will be particularized regional goals that each region will have, just like every leader has his or her own individualized goals, but they should be informed by and consistent with the enterprise-wide goals. So my expectation is that the regional VPs will be setting regional goals informed by their particular circumstances and their particular customer count and their particular local issues, but that those goals would ultimately be informed by and consistent with the enterprise-wide goals.
Phrase my question then as a comment, which is I think it would be beneficial to have a formalized regional goal setting process for the regional VPs and to have a formal process for customer input and other stakeholder input into that regional goal setting process.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, quick check if there are any more questions on the boundaries. Let's move to the section about the phase implementation.
Patrick.
Yes? Oh,
this is Commissioner Eckhoff, and this could go in implementation too. I just wanted Robert to elaborate a little bit more on his discussion of the frozen middle. I don't know if you discussed this even earlier when I wasn't around, but could you articulate the problem you're trying to solve with the frozen middle? It's been clearly identified by North Star and other observers, but what is in your estimation, what is the problem you're trying to solve? And you alluded to, but maybe you could elaborate more on how you think the new structure is going to help solve the frozen middle. As I understood you in part to say that when you're empowering the workers at the lowest level of service, you're getting around that. But maybe you could elaborate a little bit more, both on how you're defining the problem, how the company's defining the problem, and how this is addressing the problem.
Sure, thanks, Commissioner. I think the way we've heard it described in our internal understanding of it is that there's a disconnect between management and those that are executing work in the field, and that the middle management doesn't necessarily feel empowered. And so I think it's probably maybe all of those. It's the middle management not feeling empowered to solve problems, to take initiative, to get things done, as well as the feedback we've heard is that communications from the top down somehow don't make it all the way down into the field. So there's that's my understanding of the definition of the term frozen middle. How does this then solve that issue? In a couple of different ways. I think by creating a daily cadence and heartbeat at all levels of the company, but most importantly, at the lowest levels, and with an emphasis on solving problems at the lowest level, you're empowering those that are closest to the work to solve and resolve problems. So and then you're having a daily operating rhythm of meetings up and down the company with visual management so that everybody is seeing the same thing. So you are improving the communication top to bottom and bottom to top, as well as breaking up this frozen middle, I guess, so to speak, and driving down problem identification and resolution to the lowest possible level. I think it serves to ensure that there's clear lines of consistent communication, both bottom to top and top to bottom vertically, but also empowering those that are closest to the level of the work and the problem identification to do the work necessary to solve the problem.
So if you're going from top to bottom and bottom to top, inevitably you're going to get people in the middle, is essentially what you're suggesting.
Well, I think, yeah, if you look back at, oh boy, maybe it was slide 18. Yeah, with slide 18, it's got your daily operating review number 1 all the way up to daily operating review number 7. And each of those builds upon the other. And you have to also remember that, again, a component of this is the visual management aspect of it. And so you're creating a vertical communication cadence that is consistent, that's using standardized visual management tools. And so there's consistent, deliberate, and visual communication both vertically and horizontally. And so that's one way that you ensure that everybody is seeing everything the same up and down the food chain, up and down the ladder. But then you're also empowering the work to be done at that lowest possible level. So it's multifaceted, and that's just the vertical component. I already spoke about the horizontal component and how this will serve to destroy silos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Quick check for questions on the regional boundaries, and if not, let's move to the
implementation. I'm not sure if there was a Patrick freeze or did I freeze?
I think Patrick may have.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not frozen, Robert. Let's give him a second here and see. If not, we can continue, but let's give him a second.
Yeah, it looks like Patrick has some bandwidth problems. So, Martha, are you suggesting that Robert proceed with his presentation?
I think so, just given the time.
Yeah.
I will continue on, and this section was intended to talk about next steps and the cost updates. I don't have the slides, so I'll just share with you what we're thinking and how this builds upon what we filed in June and what we talked about in November. So We expect to implement the changes that we've described in 3 phases, and phase 1 is underway. We are defining the details of the regional model, including what we've discussed about with the functional and functional realignment, which we've already shared. We have continued to solicit feedback from our new PG&E leadership and operational stakeholders within the company throughout the process to develop I think Patrick's back. Thanks, Patrick. To develop a feasible model that can effectuate sustained change. Also in this phase where we're in now in phase 1, we are in the process of hiring the regional safety directors and the regional vice presidents, and then work with the new leadership to begin meeting functional leaders in the region. In parallel, right now, we've begun designing our approach to the lean operating system, which includes training the management team to support the implementation of this, and includes aligning on the need for change, the value of lean, identifying pain points in our existing process and identifying where lean might be most valuable, and then in-depth training on lean tools. So that process is currently underway. And if you are able, Patrick, if you're back, we could just go to the next slide. It kind of tracks with what I'm talking about here, but I'll continue. Phase 2, which we will undertake starting in July, will be the refinement of and implementation of the regional boundaries and making the necessary IT changes to support them. The regional vice presidents will hire their teams of program managers and begin the work of building relationships with internal functional groups as well as critical community partners. The regionals, and let me just back up, building relationships with internal functional groups is to the earlier point about ensuring that we're not functioning in silos. The regional vice presidents will work constructively and collaboratively with existing teams to make sure that we are taking a one PG&E approach even within the granular level of a region. The regional safety directors will also begin working with local functional leaders to assess safety practices. And then we will continue the work of implementing the lean operating system to the broader organization, along with developing the framework similar to what we've described in the illustrative slides earlier for a meeting cadence both within and across functions at every level. That's the horizontal and vertical meeting cadence. This will occur in conjunction with additional training for all levels of the organization. Phase 2 will initiate our transition from an organization led by the leadership push, was in Sumit's earlier slide, you'll recall, toward the desired outcome instead to an organizational pull, where employees feel empowered to identify and sponsor change. So again, creating a culture where employees are identified or empowered rather to identify problems and resolve them. Third will be phase 3. We will target full adoption of the lean operating system with the intention of progressing to more meaningful use of metrics and strategic planning to improve business problem solving and institute industry leading standard work. And we will continually evaluate whether our regional teams are using the lean operating system to its maximum efficacy and are collaborating across functions and are making progress on initiatives. We will be responsive to the feedback that we hear from the regional vice presidents as they meet with local stakeholders and operational leaders, and be prepared to make refinements and adjustments based on the understanding of the regional needs and the resources required to execute on improvement initiatives. We could go to the last slide, please. This is a little further to questions that I'm sure many have on their mind, but in particular questions that Jennifer Dowdell from Turn asked. With our updated proposal, we are reducing our initial cost estimate of the regionalization costs. The human resources cost estimate increases in the updated proposal because it reflects the cost of the teams that the regional vice presidents will be hiring, program managers, and which were not originally accounted for in the original proposal. But that expansion is accompanied by a narrowed estimate for IT costs given that the existing proposal does not have us moving as many employees to the regions, we estimate that we will also be able to use our existing real estate portfolio and GRC funding for the regional offices, and so we don't have any incremental costs associated with that. So you'll see the estimate was 29 to 89 million. We've narrowed that to 30 to 38. That concludes the prepared portion of our presentation. I thank everybody for the time. I know we're beyond time, so I am happy to remain on, and the PG&E team will remain on for additional questions, but I'll leave it to you, Patrick, and commissioners to decide how you want to proceed.
I'm not sure if you're able to hear me. I think perhaps I don't. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. I apologize, everyone. I lost my entire internet connection there. Commissioners, do you have any questions on the timeline?
I don't, Patrick.
Oh, just one question. And I just need reminding by Robert or our Energy Division team if our decision is required timely on progress against plan. Are you being required to submit plans to the CPUC, Robert?
So thank you, Commissioner, for the question. You're breaking up a bit. I think you're asking what's required of the CPUC for us to begin implementation.
Well, are you required to submit plans to us to chronicle progress against plan?
So I think it's an unknown. So here's what I think we would propose, and I understand that there will be 2 rounds of comments in April after this workshop, and that there will then be a status conference to determine what the next steps are. I think you might agree that this is a bit of an anomalous proceeding because we're not disposing of property like that would require an 851 application. The cost recovery issues have already been dealt with by the creation of a memo account. The POR does direct us to have the regional VPs in place by June and the regional safety leads in place by June. I think one option the commission could certainly consider is granting us the ability to go forward, hire the regional VPs, hire the regional safety leads, begin the implementation, and then take advantage of the safety and operational metrics proceeding to determine how we will apply those metrics, those enterprise-wide metrics that we're developing on a regional basis. I think that's a perfectly reasonable option. I think it's ultimately what we're going to propose. And I think Patty alluded to this earlier today, we do have the direction to hire those officers by June 1. Some initial inclination from the commission that we are proceeding in the right direction would be useful. But we're starting the process to comply with the POR requirements to make sure that those regional officers and regional safety leads are in place by June 1.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioner questions on this section? Okay, Will Abrams, you're unmuted.
Thanks. Just following up on the slide, particularly around the costs associated with this endeavor. So one is, did you factor in, given this lean model, some type of payback period or cost recovery period? In other words, your expectation is that these are going to be the costs associated with this regionalization, but your expectation is that over a 3-year period or a 5-year period that you'll see cost savings due to the lean nature of your management and the elimination of waste, that you'll be able to time period. So wanted to understand if that was part of your analysis. And then wanted to just pick up on the last point that you made, sort of financially, in terms of some feedback there. But that financial relationship with the counties, concerned that there might be an unintended consequence associated with, one county who is implementing the PG&E, just undergrounding and a strategy, and is performing on that basis, is able to recoup money from PG&E and is able to get funds towards that program and other programs that might surround it, where another county that maybe has a different path and they're not as open to what PG&E proposes in terms of undergrounding might not get those funds. And are we not sort of unintentionally creating a dynamic where the county that is sort of most supportive to PG&E's goal would get more funds, and the county that maybe has a little more pushback or wants to go in a slightly different direction would get less funds from PG&E? And is that an unintended consequence of how the regions would be proposed? Thank you.
So I'll take the first one first, because I think your question really is, have we quantified the anticipated savings that will be derived by implementing lean? And I would say that we likely have not yet done that because we are very early on in implementing it. I would expect that that would be a part of our analysis as we move through the implementation, but we have not specifically quantified the lean savings. I can say, and I think Patty alluded to this earlier, she did this at CMS, and they were in fact able to quantify savings as a result of driving out waste. So I would expect that that would be a component of the implementation, but we have not yet done that. Your second question, I think, if I may rephrase it slightly, is there the potential unintended consequence of creating conflicting priorities among and between the regions, or creating a situation where regions are cannibalizing each other and or competing with each other? And I would say that, again, going back to the implementation of the lean and the operating system and the daily heartbeat, will prevent that type of siloed behavior and happening. Because I think what you have described is a potential behavior that the lean operating system is intended to mitigate against. And then the other item, though, is that you got to add on to that the fact that our spending on safety investments is risk informed, and the work that we are doing is prioritized based upon risk, and so that's going to drive our safety investments. And that will serve to mitigate the unintended consequence that you're potentially describing.
Thank you. And just a follow up on your first point in terms of the cost. Wouldn't a business decision and really a regulatory decision about what costs to approve now have to do with that savings? Because I guess what I'm trying to understand is that sort of a financial discussion around, is this plan good for the company? Wouldn't it have to include sort of upfront that we're expecting that this amount of savings will be provided over time, which therefore justifies, right, the costs incurred now? And so it just seems to me just sort of removed from that sort of base business decision making associated with cost benefit. But maybe
I'll answer it this way. I mean, we're not approving costs in this proceeding. We've only established a memo account to recover the costs, and there will be an opportunity to examine the costs at the point at which we seek to recover those costs, either in a future GRC or some other application. I don't think you need to examine and determine the cost of implementation to determine whether this is an appropriate regional structure. And I'll go back to kind of a comment I made to Commissioner Shiroma a moment ago. I mean, this proceeding is a bit anomalous because we're not seeking cost recovery. We're not disposing of utility assets. And just, I'll speak frankly, but for the fact that we find ourselves in the position in which we found ourselves, this would typically not be a decision that would have to have necessarily been brought before the commission. Much of what we're talking about is management, but we understand that we've placed ourselves in a position to subject ourselves to additional scrutiny. And so but this is a bit of an anomalous proceeding in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions on the timeline from anyone? Jennifer Dowdell, you're unmuted. Well, I'm trying to unmute you. I apologize.
How's that?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Okay, this is Jennifer Dowdell from Turn. Super fast, Robert. I just, I have to tick and tie things off. So your original proposal included absorbing the cost of the new regional VPs for, I think it was until the 2023 GRC. Am I remembering correctly, or am I misremembering?
No, I think what you're referring to is just the general cost recovery for executive compensation and how it's being handled through this GRC period. So I think, yes, we did say that.
Okay, and that was roughly $7 million. So in your new proposal, you have $14 million. Is that $7 million in the 14, or does it not consider that commitment?
So the 7 million. So what's additional, and the reason it's 14 million is the safety directors and the other folks that will be supporting the regional vice presidents.
Okay, right. I mean, I understand the regional VPs need staff and the safety directors were contemplated, but there was roughly $7 million in VP cost that I thought. Oh. And so the question is that number in the 14 or not considered in the 14?
Yeah, so the original 7 million in the first iteration of the plan included the directors.
Okay.
This additional $7 million is for the support teams that will support the regional vice presidents.
Okay. So the $7 million originally is in the 14.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Hey, and thanks for taking so much time. Appreciate you.
No, thank you.
All right. I think this brings us to our closing and next steps. I would like to check and see if any commissioners had closing comments.
Just many thanks to all of the presentations and the answers to all the questions. And just a throwaway line, but more to follow as we see this all through. Sorry, Martha, back to you.
Thank you. No, thank you very much for the time and really helping us digest what you're proposing here. One thing I'll take away and just to share with you, I'm continuing to try to understand and appreciate what the empowerment of the regional VPs actually looks like. And if there's a way to enhance that, is where I'll be focusing over maybe application. And, that includes everything from the impact on prioritization of work, from the other specialization areas. But I appreciate the thought and appreciate seeing some of you for the first time and appreciate the roles. So thank you.
Can I just echo my thanks? We heard a lot of information. It's clear that PG&E is trying to do things differently. And as Robert said just a few moments ago, many of these are management changes that would not be brought before the commission, but PG&E put itself in this position where we insist on the review, and you, PG&E, agreed to it. Like my fellow commissioners, some of this is a little bit hard to actually conceptualize what it's going to mean dated from minute to minute in terms of changed circumstances and who's reporting to whom and the role that the regional vice presidents will play. We look forward to hearing more to see how it plays out in practice. Thank you very much.
And I also want to say forward to following the proceeding, learning more.
Thank you, commissioners. So the next steps are that the link to the recording of the workshop will be sent to the service list. I expect that will be either after close of business today or Thursday morning. Per Administrative Law Judge Stevens' email ruling from December 23rd of last year, comments on the updated proposal are now due April 2nd and reply comments on April 9th. At this time, there's no plan to request that parties respond to specific issues or questions. If something changes in that regard, it will be notified to the service list. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone for their participation today. There were lots of very interesting questions and good information shared. Thank you, and with that, we'll close the workshop.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.